Hello, I'm Zainab Badawi. Welcome to the Climate Ambition Summit 2020, coming to you from London. It's my great pleasure to be with all of you today, and I'm going to be guiding you through today's tremendous events. I'm going to be introducing our speakers and also a series of wonderful films which will be highlighting the challenges of climate change. Now, I'm stating the obvious, I know, when I say it's been a tough year for all of us. There's not one corner of the world that's been unaffected by the COVID-19 pandemic. But you know, one important lesson that's emerged from the pandemic is that it's told us that we all have to respond collectively and in collaboration to meet common global challenges. And it's in this spirit of cooperation that we all come here together today for this summit to put our collective weight behind the goals of the Paris Agreement 2015. Now, the Climate Ambition Summit is just that. It brings together ambitious climate leaders with their ambitious, urgent cuts that they're going to be making in greenhouse gas emissions, delivering ambitious plans and targets, and also making sure that they have the funds and the right policies in place to achieve these targets. We're going to be hearing from lots of people. We're going to be hearing from governments, from businesses, from civil society, especially indigenous peoples and youth, the youth voices. And they're going to be telling us about their own experiences of the impact of climate change, but also, very importantly, the kind of positive action they're taking. And we're going to be paving the way with our summit today for, of course, COP26, and the United Kingdom is hosting that in November next year in Glasgow, Scotland. Now, we want you all to be part of this. Just go to #ClimateAction and you can be part of today's conversations, react to what you hear being said and what you're seeing, and there's lots and lots of material on there as well. Now, we're going to kick off our proceedings by setting the scene for you with a film, and this film is made by WWF and also the team who are behind the latest David Attenborough film, A Life on Our Planet. And this film is really going to set the scene in the way which we want to, which is by putting the focus on young people, because we're going to hear young voices from all over the world, all calling for change and demanding action on climate change. So let's start with that film.
Climate change is the biggest threat to humanity right now. It really is time for us to start listening to the science.
We all really care, so why is nothing happening?
This is your inheritance, and an inheritance has got to be turned over in good shape.
We have very little time before it's too late.
Climate change is the biggest threat of my generation.
The risk that we face from climate change is our existence.
Stop thinking this only happens in other parts of the world. Stop thinking that you are safe just because you are not see the fires in front of your eyes.
The big question in Paris is, can the world's nations agree on a climate plan that will really make a real difference?
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Representatives from more than 160 nations are signing a historic climate agreement now at the United Nations. It aims to limit global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale.
Hotter temperatures, frequent bushfires, drought, and intense cyclones.
If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon.
Now to a dire warning about climate change. According to a new report, experts say that we have until 2030 to avoid catastrophe. It also says if unprecedented changes are not made and made soon, there will be irreversible damage to the planet.
If nothing changes, the human species is not going to exist. And it's not just us, it's also the whole ecosystem is not going to survive these changes. So it's going to be a mass extinction of all species.
It's not a time for a concept anymore. This is the time for a real actions.
I think everybody now needs to work together to fight climate change. We can't pass the blame on to others.
It is vital for us to be able to continue this fight and to actually accomplish our goal, which is to save the planet.
This is the race that we must win if we must secure our future, our life on Earth.
We have a decade to make ambitious, incredible changes that we really need in order to survive.
So, some powerful voices there in that film, really giving us some powerful messages. And that's just the first of several films we're going to be showing you today. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce one of the co-hosts of today's Climate Ambition Summit, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Secretary General, welcome to you from headquarters in New York. And in your recent State of the Planet address, you very much outlined in that wonderful speech how the objectives of getting a global coalition for carbon neutrality is really going to be your central ambition at the United Nations in 2021. So, Secretary General, please tell us more.
Dear co-conveners, excellencies, dear friends of our planet, I'm pleased to welcome you to the Climate Ambition Summit on the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. 5 years after Paris, we are still not going in the right direction. Paris promised to limit temperature rise to as close to 1.5 degrees as possible. But the commitments made in Paris were far from enough to get there, and even those commitments are not being met. Carbon dioxide levels are at record highs. Today, we are 1.2 degrees hotter than before the Industrial Revolution. If we don't change course, we may be headed for a catastrophic temperature rise of more than 3 degrees this century. Can anybody still deny that we are facing a dramatic emergency? That is why today I call on all leaders worldwide to declare a state of climate emergency in their countries until carbon neutrality is reached. Some 38 countries have already done so, recognizing the urgency and the stakes. I urge all others to follow. Dear friends, we are not doomed to fail. The recovery from COVID-19 presents an opportunity to set our economies and societies on a green path in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. But that is not yet happening. So far, the members of the G20 are spending 50% more in their stimulus and rescue packages on sectors linked to fossil fuel production and consumption than on low-carbon energy. And this is unacceptable. The trillions of dollars needed for COVID recovery is money that we are borrowing from future generations. And this is a moral test. We cannot use these resources to lock in policies that burden future generations with a mountain of debt on a broken planet. And so, The central objective of the United Nations for 2021 is to build a truly global coalition for carbon neutrality by the middle of the century. But that promise is not enough. To make it a reality, we need meaningful cuts now to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030 compared with 2010 levels. And this must be fully reflected in the revised and strengthened nationally determined contributions that the Paris signatories are obliged to submit well before COP26 next year in Glasgow. I commend those leaders that will come forward today with new targets for 2025 and 2030. The United Kingdom has pledged to cut emissions by 68% by 2030 compared to 1990. The European Union has agreed to cut their emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990. These decisions deserve to be emulated. Every country, city, financial institution, and company needs to adopt plans to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and start executing them now, including by providing clear short-term targets. Key emitting sectors such as shipping, aviation, and industry must also present and implement new transformational roadmaps in line with this goal. Technology is on our side. Sound economic analysis is our ally. Renewable energy is getting less expensive with every passing day. Climate action can be the catalyst for millions of new jobs, better health, and resilient infrastructure. But let us remember that this transition must be just and also recognize that women's leadership is good for climate action. Chers amis, les politiques économiques et les financements mondiaux doivent être au diapason de l'accord de Paris et des objectifs de développement durable. Il est grand temps de fixer un prix au carbone, d'éliminer progressivement le financement des combustibles fossiles et de mettre un terme aux subventions dont ils bénéficient, d'arrêter de construire de nouvelles centrales à charbon, de faire peser l'impôt non plus sur le revenu mais sur le carbone, non plus sur les contribuables mais sur les pollueurs, de rendre obligatoire la divulgation des risques financiers liés au climat et d'intégrer l'objectif de neutralité carbone dans toutes les politiques et décisions économiques et budgétaires. Le secteur financier privé doit aider les entreprises à transformer leurs modèles économiques, aligner ses investissements avec l'objectif de neutralité carbone et publier ses progrès en ce sens. Les propriétaires et gestionnaires d'actifs doivent décarboner leur portefeuille. Les institutions financières internationales et les banques de développement nationales doivent mobiliser les fonds d'investissement privés pour les pays en développement. Et les pays développés doivent tenir leur engagement de rassembler chaque année 100 milliards de dollars pour les pays en développement à partir de 2020. Nous n'y sommes pas encore. Notre objectif collectif doit être d'aller encore plus loin et de dépasser ces 100 milliards de dollars par an en 2021 et de revoir à la hausse les financements publics internationaux ensuite. Mais aujourd'hui, l'adaptation ne représente que 20% des financements concernant le climat. Nous avons besoin d'une véritable percée sur l'adaptation et la résilience. Et c'est particulièrement urgent pour les petits États insulaires en développement dont l'existence même est menacée. L'adaptation ne doit pas être le grand oublié de l'action climatique. Dear friends of our planet, this is a moment of truth. This is also a moment of hope. More and more countries have committed to net zero emissions. The business community is getting on board the sustainability train. We see cities striving to become greener and more livable. We see young people taking on responsibility and demanding it of others. Mindsets are shifting. Climate action is the barometer of leadership in today's world. It is what people and planet need at this time. We have the blueprint, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement on climate change. But we all need to pass a credibility test. Let's make the promise of a net zero world a reality now. On the path to COP26, I urge everyone to show ambition, stop the assault on our planet, and do what we need to guarantee the future of our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, for that tour de force and that rallying cry. So next we hear from the host country of COP26, the United Kingdom, and of course the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson. And the UK will be hosting the 26th UN Climate Conference in Glasgow next year, COP26. And the government recently announced its new emissions target, its Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC for short, aiming for at least a 68% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. Welcome to you live, Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Thank you very much, Zainab, and thank you, Secretary General Antonio, my fellow leaders, excellencies. Good afternoon from London, where we're coming to the end of an extraordinary and difficult year, I think, with a sudden surge of scientific optimism. Because after barely 12 months of the pandemic, we're seeing the vaccine going into the arms of the elderly and the vulnerable, vaccines that are the product, each and every one of them, of vast international efforts in laboratories around the world. And so my message to you all is that together we can use scientific advances to protect our entire planet, our biosphere, against a challenge far worse, far more destructive, even than coronavirus. And by the Promethean power of our invention, we can begin to defend the Earth against the disaster of global warming. And by that, I mean that together we can reduce our emissions, we can radically cut our dependence on fossil fuels, we can change our agricultural practices, and in short, we can reverse the process by which, for centuries, humanity has been quilting our planet in a toxic tea cozy of greenhouse gases. And at the same time, we can create hundreds of thousands of jobs, millions of jobs across the planet as we collectively recover from coronavirus. And if you doubt our ability to do that, let me tell you that when I was a child of 6, this country depended on coal for 70% of our energy needs. That coal dependency is now down to 3% or less. And since 1990, the UK has cut our CO2 emissions by 43%, more than any other G20 nation, and yet our economy has grown by 75%. And today, we're putting our foot to the accelerator in a carbon-friendly way, of course, with a 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. We want to turn the UK into the Saudi Arabia of wind power generation, enough wind power by 2030 to supply every single one of our homes with electricity. We're going ahead with massive solar programs, even though we can't hope to emulate the incredible things being done by India or Australia or Morocco, for instance. Hydro, of course, we're going ahead with liberating the awesome potential of hydrogen, whether for homes or all sorts of other uses. On electric vehicles, we're going to ban ICEs, internal combustion engines, new internal combustion engines by 2030 with a very ambitious program. We'll continue to develop new nuclear power. We want to lengthen the lead of London and the UK as the natural home of green finance. We want our homes to be progressively emitting less and less CO2 with more and more retrofitting of our homes. And whatever the UK may be accused of lagging in, we won't be lagging, my friends, in lagging. We want to encourage all modes of green transport, cycling, walking, and so on. We want to use the relatively new miracle of carbon capture and storage actually to take carbon from power generation or industrial processes and bury it in undersea caverns created by the extraction of hydrocarbons. And we are now consecrating 30% of our waters, 30% of our land surface to nature, because we think that nature, wild nature, is the best and most effective way of retaining carbon in a natural balance. And we do all these things because they're right for the world, they're right for our country, but also because we know that this green industrial revolution will generate, as I say, hundreds of thousands of high-skill, high-paid, good-quality jobs for generations to come. And we're going to help our friends around the world by moving away from supporting drilling and mining for hydrocarbons, but putting £11.6 billion of our overseas aid to support green technology and decarbonisation across the planet. So we want to work with all of you on this call, on this conference. Let's do it together. Let's make it our collective commitment, as Antonio has just said, to get to net zero by 2050. And we in the UK, as he says, we're going to do our bit. We're reducing our emissions by 68% at least on 1990 levels over the next decade. And I'm really awed and humbled by the efforts of other countries around the world to set their own targets. And I just want to repeat that key message. We're doing this. We're doing this. Not because we're hair shirt wearing, tree hugging, mung bean munching eco freaks. So I've got nothing against any of those categories, and mung beans are probably delicious. We're doing it because we know that scientific advances will allow us collectively as humanity to save our planet and create millions of high-skilled jobs as we recover from COVID. So thank you all very much for joining this conference, this Ambition Summit. Thank you to Secretary General Antonio. Thank you to my co-host, Emmanuel Macron, who I know shares my keen interest in protecting the ecosystems of our seas and oceans. And I look forward to seeing you all in Glasgow face-to-face in November next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your robust speech there. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and of course host of COP26 in November in Glasgow next year. And you mentioned at the beginning, Prime Minister, about the vaccine for COVID-19, but of course it was the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, who said there is no vaccine for the planet in that recent speech made on the state of our planet. So thank you very much indeed there. So we've heard two world leaders, but when we're talking about climate action, of course, it's what happens at the grassroots level that is also absolutely critical. So next to speak is Archana Soreng, and Archana is an environmental activist, and I want to get this right, belonging to the indigenous Karya community from the Bihaband village of Rajanganpur in Sundargarh, Odisha in India. And now she's a member of the United Nations Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. And Archana has got two key messages that she wants everybody, all the world leaders, to hear today to really help drive ambitious climate action. So let's hear Archana's message.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Johar. I'm Archana Soreng from Karya tribe, an indigenous community from India. At this summit, I have two key messages for the world leaders. Firstly, for sustained climate action, it is prerequisite to respect, learn and empower the worldviews and traditional knowledge of indigenous and local communities. In most of the countries, indigenous peoples, traditional forest dwellers and local communities are threatened by illicit activities and extractive developmental projects along with top-down governance. Therefore, they need to be made an integral part of the decision-making processes. And most importantly, their rights over their territories, land and forests needs to be respected, recognized and enforced. As part of COVID-19 recovery efforts, countries need to engage in participatory climate action without undermining the rights of indigenous and local communities and not bailing out industries responsible for climate crisis. This calls for a shift towards prioritizing health of nature before development, which requires intergenerational dialogue appreciating intersectionality. Secondly, to attain and go beyond Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Agreement commitments, make youth an integral part of decision-making and implementation process of climate action. It is we youth who are and will be bearing the brunt of climate crisis. Thus, it is important to create safe and enabling spaces for meaningful youth dialogue and recognizing the contribution of youth, including from marginalized communities. At the end, I would like to say, now is the time. We need to act now.
Hello, Archana Soreng there from India, an environmental activist. Now we're going to hear from another of our summit co-hosts and former COP president who secured that landmark Paris Agreement at COP21 5 years ago, and speaking live from Paris, President Emmanuel Macron of France. Mr. President, welcome.
Merci beaucoup, Zénab. Merci beaucoup. Merci, cher Antonio, cher secrétaire général, cher Boris, monsieur le Premier ministre, chers collègues, chers amis. Heureux de vous retrouver et malgré les circonstances de le faire depuis Paris où je suis accompagné par l'un des acteurs et des principaux architectes de l'accord, Laurent Fabius, et par deux ministres aujourd'hui en charge, Jean-Yves Le Drian et Barbara Pompili, pour montrer que l'action aussi continue. Merci de nous réunir comme c'était ainsi prévu, 5 ans plus tard, après l'accord de Paris, pour montrer que notre action collective continue. Cet accord est un point de référence, le début de notre action à toutes et tous. Il a été parfois ballotté selon les choix des uns des autres, mais nous avons tenu. Et nous nous retrouvons dans un moment qui est important, quelques jours après que le président élu des États-Unis d'Amérique ait affirmé sa volonté de revenir dans l'accord de Paris. Et je veux vraiment dire welcome back, welcome home à nos amis américains. Durant les 3 dernières années, nous avons fait vivre cet accord de Paris et son esprit tous ensemble, malgré le choix américain, pour continuer à avancer, œuvrer avec tous les acteurs ici présents. Et je veux vraiment saluer la mobilisation européenne et la formidable coopération durant ces années avec la Chine. Nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps devant nous et l'action doit être immédiate, nous le savons. D'abord, pour continuer d'être au rendez-vous, et nous ne sommes pas encore, je vais y revenir, et préparer la COP26 de Glasgow, sur laquelle nos amis britanniques sont tant et tant engagés. Je salue l'engagement de Boris Johnson. Le premier point que je voulais ici évoquer avec vous, c'est que nous devons nous donner une trajectoire et des moyens crédibles pour atteindre la neutralité carbone d'ici 2050. Et au fond, nous avons bâti ces points de passage avec des changements très clairs, des inflexions très claires, et nous devons avancer dans ce sens. Le secrétaire général des Nations Unies l'a rappelé, d'ici le mois prochain, les pays représentant plus de 65% des émissions mondiales de dioxyde de carbone et de plus de 70% de l'économie mondiale auront pris l'engagement de parvenir à 0 émission nette d'ici 2050. Je salue les engagements pris récemment par le Royaume-Uni, le Japon, la Corée du Sud. La Chine s'est engagée il y a quelques semaines à atteindre la neutralité carbone d'ici 2060. Et je sais qu'aujourd'hui, le président Xi Jinping aura des annonces importantes à faire en ce sens pour rendre crédible ce mouvement. Et nous avons décidé, en Européens, il y a donc 2 jours, d'acter cette transition en prenant tous ensemble, à 27, l'engagement de réduire de 55% nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre d'ici à 2030 et de tous nous engager sur cet objectif de 2050. Nous aurons ensuite, pays par pays, à le décliner, et l'engagement européen est là. Le Green Deal européen a été bâti, les financements européens sont aussi construits et nous continuerons d'avancer en ce sens. Le deuxième point, justement, c'est que nous devons réorienter massivement les flux financiers publics et privés pour les aligner avec les objectifs de l'accord de Paris. D'ores et déjà, 100% des projets financés par l'Agence française de développement sont aujourd'hui alignés avec l'accord de Paris. Avec nos partenaires européens, nous transformons la Banque européenne d'investissement pour en faire une véritable Banque européenne du climat. Il y a quelques semaines, lors du Forum de Paris pour la paix, ici même à Paris, les banques publiques de développement ont engagé la construction d'une nouvelle infrastructure financière publique globale, jamais conçue à cette échelle, pour permettre la réalisation concrète des objectifs de l'accord de Paris et des objectifs du développement durable. Nous devons continuer à accélérer et il y a un instant, je réunissais l'ensemble des acteurs de Finance Climat, Coalition pour la neutralité carbone 2050, où nous avons réuni l'ensemble des acteurs financiers de cette coalition qui s'était engagé le 12 décembre 2017 à Paris dans le cadre du One Planet Summit à justement avancer dans le cadre de l'agenda de l'accord de Paris pour améliorer la transparence financière des entreprises en matière de climat, pour décarboner les portefeuilles et décarboner l'économie. Et d'ores et déjà, les premiers résultats sont là avec la plateforme TCFD, les engagements en termes de transparence, de standards et la transformation qui a été faite par l'ensemble des places financières impliquant nos banques centrales, mais aussi les fonds souverains, les asset managers, les private equity. Troisièmement, nous devons, ça a été rappelé par le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, placer la lutte contre les inégalités au cœur de notre logiciel d'action. Nous devons le faire dans chacun de nos pays. Et notre transition écologique doit être une transition sociale. Et donc, nous sommes en train de le faire grâce au plan de relance en France, au financement européen, mais toute notre transition est ainsi pensée et c'est une transformation profonde de nos économies, de nos fiscalités. Nous devons le faire aussi à l'échelle internationale, c'était l'objectif du Fonds vert. Nous avons coprésidé il y a quelques mois sa recapitalisation Et l'an dernier, nous avons doublé la capitalisation du Fonds vert pour le climat. La France est au rendez-vous fixé. Nous avons même dépassé les promesses faites il y a 5 ans, avec près de 6 milliards d'euros de financement climat mobilisés l'année dernière, dont 1,6 milliard pour l'adaptation. Et je veux ici vous dire 2 choses très claires et prendre ces engagements. Ce niveau d'engagement ambitieux que nous avons acté l'année dernière sera maintenu dans les prochaines années, donc en forte augmentation par rapport aux engagements. Et nous augmenterons la part dédiée à l'adaptation en le faisant passer à 1/3 de l'enveloppe globale. Parce que je partage ce que Antonio a dit tout à l'heure sur la nécessité de faire plus sur l'adaptation et la résilience. Quatrièmement, nous devons faire preuve de cohérence et de responsabilité. Nous avons pris en France, depuis 3 ans, des actions très fortes pour être justement en cohérence avec nos engagements internationaux. La fin de toutes les centrales thermiques à charbon, la fin de grands projets qui n'étaient pas compatibles avec notre agenda, des mesures profondes pour changer les modes de se chauffer, de se déplacer et investir massivement dans ce changement. Le plan de relance, ça a été dit par le secrétaire général, mais également par le Premier ministre Boris Johnson, le plan de relance de sortie Covid est un plan de relance profondément vert qui va nous permettre, par des investissements pour la rénovation thermique, pour le changement de véhicules, d'aller plus loin. Et nous aurons, dans les prochaines semaines, une loi climat nouvelle qui est l'émanation du travail fait par la Convention citoyenne pour le climat, 150 citoyens qui nous ont aidés à penser, qui ont proposé des solutions très concrètes pour aider à la transition de notre économie que nous mettrons en œuvre. L'année prochaine, plus aucune garantie publique française ne pourra être octroyée au profit des pétroles extra lourds, sable et schistes bitumineux. Et nous nous préparons dès maintenant à mettre fin, dans les 5 années qui viennent, à l'ensemble des soutiens à l'exploration et l'exploitation de nouveaux gisements pétroliers. Donner un prix au carbone, intégrer la dimension environnementale dans nos politiques commerciales, arrêter la construction de nouvelles centrales à charbon, rendre obligatoire la divulgation des risques financiers, supprimer progressivement les subventions dont bénéficient les combustibles fossiles, c'est ainsi que nous y arriverons, par cette cohérence. Et c'est ce qui est attendu, je crois, de l'ensemble des pays qui ici s'engagent. C'est ce que nous ferons en France, c'est ce que nous pousserons aussi en Europe, afin véritablement d'avoir aussi un prix du carbone et donc un schéma de transition qui nous permet d'être cohérents et d'avoir des résultats qui sont à la hauteur des engagements que nous prenons. Le Green Deal européen, dans lequel nous sommes profondément engagés, sera un point essentiel de cette stratégie. Voilà, merci pour votre attention. Nous serons tous ensemble engagés pour que la COP26 de Glasgow soit un succès, car l'enjeu est extrêmement important. Nous devons tous rehausser nos objectifs pour 2030, comme les Européens l'ont fait, avec le moins 55%. Nous devons tous être dans la trajectoire de la neutralité carbone 2050. C'est un devoir pour les pays les plus vulnérables de la planète aujourd'hui qui vivent les conséquences des erreurs passées. C'est un devoir pour notre jeunesse et les générations à venir. C'est un devoir pour nous-mêmes, car c'est la trace que notre génération laissera durablement dans l'histoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. That was, of course, the French President Emmanuel Macron live from Paris. So don't forget, you too can be part of this conversation. Just go to #ClimateAction on your social media channels and you can respond and discuss all the things that you're hearing today. So from France, we're going to go to Kenya now to hear from an activist who's based there in Kenya. She's a member of the Fair Trade International Board and also works for Oserian. Now that's a labour organisation. And Mary's going to speak about the importance of government action to support farmers, because of course we know they really are in the vanguard. They really are one of the most prominent groups who are affected by climate change. So Mary, let's hear your message.
My name is Mary Clima. Greetings from Kenya. I'm the Fair Trade Chair of Africa, and I have the honor of representing 1.7 million fair trade farmers and workers around the world. Our meeting today comes in the backdrop of 2 major hurricanes that have devastated Central America in the last 1 month. The farmers of fair trade who I work with and who I represent have seen their crops of coffee, cocoa, honey, and vegetables in Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua be completely devastated. So as a matter of justice and a matter of science action, the matter of climate crisis cannot be delayed any longer. There is hope. More and more companies are talking to us about how they want us to reduce emissions and reach net zero. But we're not going fast enough. Change by 2050 is too late. The weather is changing now. Doing this properly means helping farmers and workers with the cost of switching to low carbon production and transport. And that cannot happen if we're not prepared to pay for it. We cannot expect, and it is not fair to expect producers to absorb the cost of more sustainable methods of farming when they're not even able to earn a living income or a living wage because the price they receive for their produce is far too low. This needs to change, and needs to change fast. So governments need to act to make this happen. So here is your challenge from the world's farmer. Will you work now, harder than ever, to bring down supply chain emissions, to set targets, and to take steps to support and, if need be, compel businesses to decarbonize their supply chain? At today's Ambition Summit, and the work we will do together over the next 1 year, we hope will result in co-op that puts us firmly on the path to net zero. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed there to Mary Kinyua with her message from Kenya on behalf of farmers all over the world. So now I'd like to welcome the COP25 president and partner of this Climate Ambition Summit, Sebastián Piñera, president of Chile. And Mr. President is speaking live from Santiago. And Chile hosted, of course, the COP25 on climate last year in Madrid. And you continue to work very closely with the UK presidency in the run-up to COP26. And Mr. Piñera, you are joined, we can see him there, Iván Duque, the President of the Republic of Colombia. And we're going to be hearing from President Duque a little later in our summit. But now let's hear from you first. President Piñera, live from Santiago. Thank you.
Antonio, Boris, Emmanuel, Giuseppe, good morning, good evening, my dear friends. Bonjour, bonsoir, mes chers amis. La amenaza del calentamiento global es real, es grave y es ahora. La ciencia nos ha hablado en forma fuerte y clara. La ciudadanía y especialmente la juventud nos exige un cambio de rumbo como un imperativo moral. Pero también hay buenas noticias. La tecnología, la ciencia nos provee las herramientas y el sentido común nos urge a la acción. En consecuencia, tenemos que recuperar el equilibrio entre la vida humana y la naturaleza en el planeta Tierra, porque nuestra sobrevivencia depende de la salud del planeta Tierra. El tiempo de los diagnósticos ya pasó. Llegó el tiempo de la acción. Por eso hoy Chile está orgulloso de convocar junto al Reino Unido, Francia, Italia y las Naciones Unidas a la conmemoración de este 5º aniversario del Acuerdo de París y a revivir su espíritu, su fuerza, su sentido de urgencia. Hace 5 años tomamos la decisión como comunidad internacional de enfrentar con voluntad y urgencia la amenaza del cambio climático. Sin duda es el desafío más grande que hemos enfrentado como generación. Y en París todos demostramos que cuando existe voluntad política, el multilateralismo, la colaboración entre los países es un instrumento poderoso para avanzar hacia un desarrollo inclusivo y sostenible, que es el único desarrollo posible en estos tiempos. Hoy necesitamos nuevamente esa misma voluntad política y sentido de urgencia, con una nueva ambición climática porque los peligros y las amenazas lo exigen. Porque si queremos mantener el aumento de la temperatura del planeta por debajo de 1,5 grados, las emisiones actuales de carbono deben reducirse por lo menos en un 45%, casi a la mitad, en los próximos 10 años. Y tenemos que alcanzar la carbono neutralidad antes del año 2050. Pero una mirada ambiciosa no consiste solo en reducir emisiones. También tenemos que aumentar nuestros esfuerzos para la adaptación a las consecuencias del cambio climático que ya están aquí y que las percibe y las sufre todo el mundo y continuarán agravándose. Hoy tenemos que recordar que el Acuerdo de París es solo un primer paso, un comienzo, un compromiso, una hoja de ruta para contrarrestar la enorme concentración de gases de efecto invernadero que nosotros hemos provocado en la atmósfera y para avanzar con rapidez hacia la carbono neutralidad a nivel global. Y la única manera de lograrlo es por medio de esfuerzos nacionalmente determinados que sean proporcionales a las capacidades y responsabilidades de cada país. Por ello, en la cumbre del secretario general de Naciones Unidas del año pasado, Chile lanzó el Climate Ambition Alliance para alcanzar la carbono neutralidad antes del 2050. Comenzamos con un grupo de 6 países en el G20 de Osaka. Hoy ya son más de 123 países, 1.400 empresas, 500 ciudades, 570 universidades y más de 5 trillones de dólares que se están invirtiendo para este propósito. Estamos comprometidos con la campaña Race to Zero, que aumenta la ambición y urgencia para cumplir con estas metas. Las metas de París, a través de la unión entre el Estado y la sociedad civil. Chile ha logrado avances muy significativos. En abril de este año presentamos una nueva NDCs, más ambiciosa y basada en la ciencia. Nuestro compromiso incluye un pic de emisiones a más tardar el 2025 y se basa en medidas concretas, como el cierre de todas las centrales de carbón, como la electrificación de todo nuestro sistema de transporte público antes del 2040. Y también incluye un enorme esfuerzo para reforestar y proteger nuestros bosques y proteger nuestros océanos. Este compromiso se materializa en que el 30% de nuestra tierra y el 30% de nuestros mares estarán bajo protección. Y todo esto con un solo objetivo fundamental: alcanzar la carbono neutralidad antes del 2050. Hoy quiero hacer un llamado a los jefes de Estado y de Gobierno aquí presentes. Todos debemos avanzar con decisión hacia modelos de desarrollo que sean bajos en emisiones y comprometernos con emisiones netas cero lo antes posible. El presidente electo de Estados Unidos ha anunciado que Estados Unidos vuelve al Acuerdo de París, de donde nunca debió haber salido. Y esta es sin duda una gran noticia, pero no es suficiente. Por eso esperamos que Estados Unidos también se comprometa con la carbono neutralidad, tal como lo han hecho en los últimos días y semanas países como China, Japón y Brasil. Esta semana le envié una invitación al presidente electo Biden para sumarse a este Climate Ambition Alliance y alcanzar juntos la carbono neutralidad antes del 2050. Porque todos tenemos que hacer muchos esfuerzos para lograrlo. Tenemos que convertir al siglo XXI en el siglo de la descarbonización y de las energías limpias y renovables. Es un imperativo ético, es una obligación moral. La pandemia del COVID ha significado un tremendo golpe a nuestras economías, a nuestras ciudadanías, a nuestra capacidad de crecimiento, a la salud y a la calidad de vida de nuestros pueblos. Algunos están planteando un falso dilema entre la recuperación económica y la protección del medio ambiente. Este desafío es una tremenda oportunidad para que invirtamos cumpliendo con ambos objetivos: avanzar hacia la carbono neutralidad y recuperar nuestras economías y nuestros empleos. Una recuperación verde, sana, resiliente, sostenible. Porque en los meses que vienen, las políticas que impulsemos los gobiernos para la recuperación de nuestras economías van a marcar la ruta de la transición hacia un mundo más sustentable. En Chile hemos establecido que gran parte de ese esfuerzo de recuperación esté asociado a una economía verde, renovable y limpia. Durante la COP25 pusimos la ciencia en el corazón de la toma de decisiones y la adaptación en el centro de la discusión para los países, especialmente los que somos los más vulnerables al cambio climático. Y hemos incluido nuevos temas, como la protección y manejo sustentable de los océanos, de los bosques, generando espacios de discusión, trabajando sin descanso en la promoción de esta mayor ambición y colaboración. Estamos viviendo tiempos de grandes desafíos, pero también de grandes esperanzas. Hace mucho tiempo que el planeta Tierra nos está dando gritos de angustia y está pidiendo nuestro compromiso. Y nuestra generación tiene la misión de hacer sostenible la vida humana en el planeta Tierra. Y para ello es necesario crear una nueva cultura de vida sustentable, abandonar la cultura de lo desechable y abrazar la cultura de lo reciclable. Y esto requiere transformar nuestra matriz energética hacia energías limpias y renovables. Chile está 100% comprometido y está, en cierta forma, liderando la revolución del hidrógeno verde, que nos permite mirar con mayor fe y optimismo el futuro. Nuestra generación tiene un deber. We must become the responsible ancestors of future generations. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, President Piñera of Chile, speaking live there from the capital, Santiago. Next to speak is the partner for COP26 and the Climate Ambition Summit, Giuseppe Conte, President of the Council of Ministers of Italy. Now, Italy is going to be holding a number of key events in preparation for COP26 next year. For example, in September 2021, it's going to be hosting a youth COP, which is going to be bringing together 400 young people from 197 countries. I think that must be just about every country in the world. And it's going to give them a chance to really develop concrete proposals that they want to support the negotiations at COP26 in Glasgow. And Italy is also going to be hosting the pre-COP summit, which is a really important moment to bring together ministers ahead of that climate conference. And so, Giuseppe Conte, live from Rome. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, Antonio, Boris, Emmanuel, Sebastian, distinguished guests, 5 years ago in Paris, our countries adopted a landmark agreement committed to strengthen the global response to the existential threat of climate change. Despite our efforts since that day, the world continues to face the rise of global emission and temperature at an alarming rate. The pressure is even higher now as we collectively plan our recovery from the damages caused by the global pandemic. However, in front of this huge challenge, we have the opportunity to build back greener and better. The scientific community tells us that we are still in time to reverse the course of our future, provided that we proceed with unprecedented determination. But we must act now to safeguard our planet, restore biodiversity and ecosystems, and ensure a sustainable future which belongs to the young generations more than to us. As a 2021 G20 presidency and partner of the UK for COP26, Italy is committed to give an important contribution to this common endeavor. We want to use our special responsibility next year to enable ambitious, forward-looking agreements within the framework of the 3 Rio Conventions on climate, biodiversity, and desertification. The impact of the pandemic on our social and economic system should not affect our determination to address these challenges through new and ambitious nationally determined contributions, long-term strategies, and the realignment of global financial flows to tackle mitigation and adaptation. As a founding and active member of the European Union, we are proud of its leadership in the fight against climate change. Especially today, following yesterday's decision by the European Council for an NDC aimed at reducing emissions by at least 55% by 2030. But both nationally and as an EU member, we are also firmly committed to long-term strategies, setting out a pathway to net zero emissions by 2050. Therefore, we encourage the start of a race to reach net zero across major global economies. International climate finance will play a key role in achieving these objectives. We stay firm in the global commitment to deliver $100 billion by 2020 to support developing economies in reaching our shared climate goals. Climate change is the most vulnerable first and hardest. Italy has always paid special attention to their need to strengthen their resilience to current and future climate impacts. This is why I'm proud to announce Italy's pledge to donate 30 million euros to the United Nations Adaptation Fund. Our planet is one of the key components of the Italian G20 presidency, together with people and prosperity. The well-being of our common house is the first essential step to ensure the well-being of humanity. Today, and I conclude, in the fifth anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we need to show leadership, reminding that our actions will resonate loudly in the rest of the world. Thank you.
Grazie to Giuseppe Conte, the President of the Council of Ministers of Italy, and making a pledge there to contribute to the United Nations Climate Adaptation Fund. So we're now going to hear from another grassroots activist, from Selina Neyrock Lim. Now, she's a youth representative from Majuro in the Marshall Islands. Now, Selina was one of the global faces of climate change at COP21, that landmark COP21 in Paris. And in fact, at that time, she was the summit's youngest delegate. And today, Selina has a really urgent call to action for all of us, and she wants to set out what needs to be done over the next decade to meet the goals of that Paris Agreement. So let's hear from Selina.
It has been 5 years since the Paris Agreement, and what a tumultuous time it has been. The ever-rising global temperatures have penetrated the world even more acutely. It is the melting of permafrost, forest fires that hit closer to the home of the climate crisis deniers, droughts that ransack living beings of their resources, floods that reminded many of us that we have no escape. All of these felt immensely by those that society continues to minoritize and exclude from the climate crisis discussions when it entails our very livelihood and survival. With the eco-anxiety felt worldwide that at times fears me into immobility, I keep sight that we have until 2030 to radicalize movements, eliminate fossil fuel in favor of renewable energy, live eco-consciously in our personal lives, evaluate our food systems, remove artificial barriers in order to efficiently and fairly allocate funds to countries and communities severely affected. Back in 2015, I sat down with former Minister Tony de Broom as we delivered our statement thinking my home had till 2050. This is the decade of action. I stand with the anger and disappointment of my youth comrades towards you, the 1% elite of the world, for with the massive influence you have, you failed your big shoes. I stand with the resilience and desperation of my youth comrades, for we have united across the globe to fight for our livelihoods. We demand what needs and must be done. I celebrate the Paris Agreement because my predecessors fought hard to get our 1.5 degrees Celsius lifeline into it. Yet, I also remind all of us how much we haven't done. We mobilize on social ground to bridge the gap to political ground in order to make our goals effective. Gomol, thank you.
So Selina there, described as a climate warrior, talking to us from the Marshall Islands. Now, thank you to Selina. Throughout this Climate Ambition Summit, you can tune into our on-demand content on climate, and that's on climateambitionsummit2020.org. And you can also hear from lots of climate activists and experts. So really do urge you to go there. And joining today's conversations on your social media channels, just use the hashtag Climate Action. Now we're going to show you another film from the WWF team and those behind the latest David Attenborough film. And this looks at the current state of our world. And it's a world that is seen as being currently out of balance, and it's full of expert opinion, and it's also telling us how this whole debate is driven by fact. So let us see our next film.
We have the data. As a scientific community, we have the data. Now we must act.
Dad, the car is heating up. It's going to explode. We can't get out.
We're approaching tipping points which could result in irreversible changes.
Join the dots. It's happening. It's happening in your world. It's happening in my world. And let's be very clear about this. It is going to get much worse.
If drastic measures aren't taken right now to arrest the warming of the planet, the world we know today won't exist in 50 years. A report from the United Nations has made the stark prediction.
What we do between 2020 and 2030, from the evidence we have today, my conclusion is it will be the decisive decade for humanity's future on Earth.
It is expensive to not deal with climate change. And if we do not act now, these costs will only grow. There can be up to 60 million jobs that could be created as a result of a more green economy.
The cost of renewables around the world has absolutely plummeted. Renewables are bringing new, clean jobs to communities. We're seeing a new industrial revolution.
Changing the way we grow our crops and the crops we grow, we can definitely mitigate the changing climate.
We need to stop burning fossil fuels. That means we need to stop selling or buying vehicles that cannot run on renewable energy.
We have 17,000 public buses and 22,000 taxis. And in 2017 and 2018, they became electric. The whole environment, the climate, the sky and everything is tremendous as well. You know, we have a lot of blue skies. The air is a lot cleaner, so walking around the city feels a lot more comfortable.
Natural ecosystems across the globe completely regulate our carbon cycle, and in doing so, they regulate the climate.
These ecosystems are really important for fighting climate change. In fact, they're one of the most intense carbon sinks on the planet.
The most promising side of this is that we're seeing sustainability as the entry point for innovation, technology, and business.
I'm quite optimistic. There are so many people across this planet who know how devastating climate change is. Just imagine if all those people start acting, I actually think we've got a chance.
Addressing climate change and saving the world, people may think that that's not something that they have the power to do. But we do. We have the power to do it.
So that film there, looking at the state of our climate today, but also exploring the positive opportunities for the future and that we can make change. All right, so we're going to have a little bit of a change here. I'm going to tell you in advance we're going to have a collection of world leaders who are going to be coming forward with their new ambitious commitments on climate action at this Climate Ambition Summit. And they all hope that this is going to help deliver the whole world on a greener, more resilient and sustainable path. So first we're going to hear from President Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. And then we're going live to the European Union, where we're going to be joined by the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. And then we'll hear from Mia Mottley, who's the Prime Minister of Barbados, and then Uhuru Kenyatta in Kenya, the President of the Republic of Kenya. And then we go to India, to Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister there. And then Ivan Duque Marquez, the President of the Republic of Colombia. And remember, we got a glimpse of him, but we didn't hear him when he was next to President Piñera. And then we're going to go to Pakistan, to the Prime Minister there, Imran Khan. And then we're going to hear from His Holiness Pope Francis. So let us start then with President Xi Jinping.
尊敬的古特雷斯秘书长先生，尊敬的各位同事，很高兴出席今天的气候雄心峰会。5年前，各国领导人以最大的政治决心和智慧推动达成应对气候变化巴黎协定。5年来，巴黎协定进入实施阶段，得到国际社会广泛支持和参与。当前国际格局加速演变，新冠肺炎疫情触发对人与自然关系的深刻反思，全球气候治理的未来更受关注。在此，我提3点倡议：第一，团结一心，开创合作共赢的气候治理新局面。在气候变化挑战面前，人类命运与共，单边主义没有出路。我们只有坚持多边主义，讲团结、促合作，才能互利共赢，福泽各国人民。中方欢迎各国支持巴黎协定，为应对气候变化做出更大贡献。第二，提振雄心，形成各尽所能的气候治理新体系。各国应该遵循共同但有区别的责任原则，根据国情和能力，最大程度强化行动。同时，发达国家要切实加大向发展中国家提供资金、技术、能力建设支持。第三，增强信心，坚持绿色复苏的气候治理新思路。绿水青山就是金山银山，要大力倡导绿色低碳的生产生活方式，从绿色发展中寻找发展的机遇和动力。中国为达成应对气候变化巴黎协定作出重要贡献，也是落实巴黎协定的积极践行者。今年9月，我宣布中国将提高国家自主贡献力度，采取更加有力的政策和措施，力争2030年前二氧化碳排放达到峰值，努力争取2060年前实现碳中和。在此，我愿进一步宣布，到2030年，中国单位国内生产总值二氧化碳排放将比2005年下降 65以上，非化石能源占一次能源消费比重将达到25%左右，森林蓄积量将比2005年增加60亿立方米，风电、太阳能发电总装机容量将达到12亿千瓦以上。中国历来重信守诺，将以新发展理念为引领，在推动高质量发展中，促进经济社会发展全面绿色转型，脚踏实地落实上述目标，为全球应对气候变化做出更大贡献。各位同事，天不言而40行，地不语而百物生。地球是人类共同的唯一的家园，让我们继往开来，并肩前行，助力巴黎协定行稳致远，开启全球应对气候变化新征程。谢谢大家。
Your wife.
Cher Antonio, cher Boris, cher Emmanuel, cher Sébastien et chers amis, 5 ans depuis les accords de Paris et je suis depuis Bruxelles heureux de vous retrouver de manière virtuelle, porteur d'une bonne nouvelle, d'un message fort. Hier, les 27 leaders européens se sont réunis et ont pris un engagement ambitieux, clair, précis. C'est l'ambition de réduire de 55% au minimum nos émissions à l'horizon 2030. Il y a un an, exactement, au mois de décembre 2019, nous nous engagions pour la neutralité climat en 2050. Nous allons rester totalement mobilisés parce qu'il s'agit pour nous d'un changement complet de paradigme. Et c'est le sens aussi de l'accord financier qui a été trouvé sur le plan européen. 1800 milliards d'euros seront mobilisés tout au long des prochaines années, dont 30% minimum sera dédicacé pour relever ce défi du changement climatique. Pour nous, c'est un projet de société, c'est un projet de prospérité qui se traduit dans le cadre de cet European Green Deal, qui est une batterie de mesures ambitieuses afin de développer l'innovation, de soutenir des emplois, de relever le cadre de vie. Nous voulons aussi agir sur le terrain diplomatique. Nous savons que la mobilisation multilatérale, la coopération internationale sera clé. Et c'est en cela que systématiquement, que ce soit en matière de partenariats économiques, de partenariats commerciaux, nous voulons encourager tous nos partenaires dans le monde à rejoindre cette même ambition. Il y a un défi pour notre génération, celui de mettre en avant toute notre intelligence collective, de mettre en avant toute notre détermination pour faire en sorte d'être à la hauteur de ce défi, à la hauteur pour marquer notre respect, notre considération pour l'humanité et pour les générations qui nous suivent.
Dear guests of the Climate Ambition Summit, 55%. That is now indeed Europe's calling card. I'm glad that the 27 European leaders have signed up to the European Commission's proposal for taking climate action to a new level of ambition. Together with the arrangement on our next 7-year budget, the 55% agreement is a go-ahead for scaling up climate action across our economy and society. We have already started, from boosting renewable energy, creating hydrogen valleys, and producing the most sustainable batteries, to launching a wave of building innovation, decarbonizing transport, and protecting and restoring our nature. We are serious about getting our economy on a more sustainable path. But this isn't a task for Europe alone. Europe only accounts for less than 10% of global emissions. Climate change is more than a European issue. It is a human issue. And today there is a global movement for climate action, a movement that counts on powerful nations, but also on countless cities, NGOs, people of goodwill. Europe wants to contribute to the movement and make it grow. We want to work with all those who agree that we must put a price on carbon. We are ready for more ambitious commitments with like-minded countries. And we are supporting developing countries to help them decouple their emissions and their economic growth, just like we are doing in Europe. And it is more than cutting emissions. It is about green finance. It is about restoring biodiversity. It is about a new circular economy that creates jobs and prosperity while preserving nature. Many things have to change so that our planet can remain the same for the next generation. 55% is Europe's contribution on the road to Glasgow. Let's walk this road together.
Fellow leaders and colleagues, I'm honored to speak at this Climate Ambition Summit 5 years after the world came together in Paris and embraced a solution to the climate crisis that included, and I quote, 1.5 to stay alive, unquote. That is the mantra you must know of small island developing states like Barbados. Our optimism and joy in Paris now seems short-lived. Global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise unabated, and our window to end the crisis is closing. As I speak, the 30th named storm of this record-setting hurricane season has ripped through Latin America, while COVID-19 related debt is consuming our resources, some that was intended for climate mitigation, I might add. Barbados' new nationally determined contribution of becoming fossil fuel free by 2030 at best and carbon neutral at worst is an even more ambitious target than that of 2015. My government has created the enabling environment for this transition through legislation, incentives, and empowering Barbadian citizens to participate in our energy revolution. Our vision is that by 2030, most Barbadian homes will have solar PV panels on their roofs and an electric vehicle in their garage. Despite our efforts, the fact is that the level of mitigation ambition contained in your NDCs will determine the fate of countries like my own. For unless the climate crisis is addressed, there will be no Build Back Better for countries and economies like mine. Frankly, at the global level, we need to move from placatory rhetoric to real, effective action, or numerous nations across the world will be robbed of their future. I would like to believe that the major emitters are not capable of what would, in essence, be close to climate genocide. I'd like to believe that we are visible and indispensable for them. Let us therefore together act on the responsibility which the climate crisis imposes on all nations and all peoples. The time is now. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, I'm delighted for the opportunity to articulate Kenya's position in this event, which marks the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, to rally much-needed greater climate action and ambition. Your Excellencies, Kenya, just like other vulnerable countries, is experiencing frequent and intense bouts of drought and torrential rains, leading to floods with far-reaching consequences on communities, ecosystems, and infrastructure. It is estimated that the loss associated with these natural calamities could be as high as 3% of GDP annually. So notwithstanding the challenges we as a country are faced with because of COVID-19 pandemic, we are still on schedule to update our NDC before the 31st of December this year, which was the deadline. Our first NDC had set a 30% emission reduction by 2030. Our updated NDC commits to abate greenhouse gas emissions by 32% by 2030, which is in line with our Sustainable Development Agenda and our national circumstances. The time frame set for the implementation of the NDC is up to 2030, with milestones targeted in 2025. To implement the required mitigation and adaptation actions in the updated NDC, we will require approximately $62 million between 2020 and 2030, broken down as follows: mitigation, $18 million, and adaptation, $44 million. Our first NDC was fully conditional to international support. However, for our updated NDC, Kenya commits to support 20% of the mitigation budget from our domestic resources and seeks the international support for the balance. As countries around the world continue to rebuild their economies and communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, my government commits to building back better in ways that increase resilience to future health and climate shocks. And I am happy to announce that Kenya has commenced the process of developing its climate change and development long-term strategy, and in this regard, my government is demonstrating leadership by being among the first in Africa to develop an LTS. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, it is my hope and expectation that the G20 countries and large corporations, which collectively account for more than 80% of global emissions and 85% of the global economy, will announce ambitious NDCs and long-term strategies. Without these ambitious announcements, the race to 2030 and the 2050 Paris Agreement targets will be futile. In this regard, I wish to salute those countries and corporations that have already made ambitious targets. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Excellencies, this summit marks the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, the most ambitious step in our fight against climate change. Today, as we are looking to set our sights even higher, we must also not lose sight of the past. We must not only revise our ambitions, but also review our achievements against targets already set. Only then can our voices be credible for future generations. Excellencies, I must humbly share with you that India is not only on track to achieve its Paris Agreement targets, but to exceed them beyond expectations. We have reduced our emission intensity by 21% over 2005 levels. Our solar capacity has grown from 2.63 gigawatts in 2014 to 36 gigawatts in 2020. Our renewable energy capacity is the 4th largest in the world. It will reach 175 gigawatts before 2022. And we have an even more ambitious target now, 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. We have also succeeded in expanding our forest cover and safeguarding our biodiversity. And On the world stage, India has pioneered two major initiatives: the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Excellencies, in 2047, India will celebrate 100 years as a modern, independent nation. To all my fellow residents of this planet, I make a solemn pledge today. Centennial India will not only meet its own targets, but will also exceed your expectations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
El cambio climático es uno de los grandes temas de nuestra era, de nuestra generación, de nuestro momento. Todos tenemos que unirnos para tomar acciones concretas para mitigar y para enfrentar sus devastadores efectos. Colombia representa el 0.4% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, pero es uno de los países más expuestos a los efectos del cambio climático. Por eso, nosotros queremos jugar un papel de liderazgo regional y mundial, con acciones claras y concretas que muestren nuestro compromiso indeclinable. Hoy, quiero anunciar de manera muy clara que Colombia se ha trazado una meta, y es que de cara al año 2030 reduzcamos las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en un 51% con respecto al año de referencia, que es el año 2010. Esto significa que trabajaremos con todos los sectores para lograr ese objetivo, que seguiremos apuntándole a una transición energética dinámica con energías renovables no convencionales, que profundizaremos la movilidad eléctrica, que seguiremos haciendo una política pública para sembrar millones de árboles en nuestro territorio. Nuestra meta es sembrar 180 millones de árboles para el año 2022 y este año superaremos los 50 millones de árboles. Esperamos seguir reduciendo la tasa de deforestación, profundizar también el concepto de economía circular y que además en cada ciudadano haya una conciencia para reducir nuestra huella individual a través de reducir, reciclar y reutilizar. Y que todos los sectores de la producción asuman también el compromiso de producir conservando y conservar produciendo. Que avancemos en el Pacto de Leticia, en la protección de los ecosistemas de alta montaña o páramos, y que tengamos también la plena certeza que en el sector de la producción rural debemos mirar cada vez más hacia los esquemas silvopastoriles y debemos tener una producción soportada y sustentada por el criterio y el concepto de la armonía indeclinable con la naturaleza. Esta meta que se traza Colombia es importante, es definitiva y marcará el rumbo de lo que nos queda de nuestro gobierno y las próximas 2 administraciones. Prepararnos y enfrentar el cambio climático no está sujeto a arbitrios ideológicos ni tampoco a teorías partidistas. Es un reto del mundo, de nuestra generación, y que nuestro país lo asume con amor profundo por ser uno de los países con mayor biodiversidad por kilómetro cuadrado en el planeta. Tenemos costas en los 2 océanos, tenemos el 35% de nuestro territorio en Amazonía y el 50% en selva tropical húmeda. Hoy, con este compromiso, Colombia traza una hoja de ruta y quiere llegar a la COP26 a mostrarle al mundo que, a pesar de representar el 0.4% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, un compromiso de reducción del 51% muestra que queremos trascender. Muchísimas gracias.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairperson, Pakistan is the country whose contribution to global emissions is less than 1%. Yet, and sadly, we are the 5th most vulnerable country to climate change. We have decided, firstly, that we will have nature-based solutions to mitigate the effects of climate change. First, by planting 10 billion trees in the next 3 years. Secondly, we have increased the number of national parks, protected areas, from 30 to 45. At the same time, we have decided that we will not have any more power based on coal. We have already scrapped 2 coal power projects, which were supposed to produce 2,600 megawatts of energy, and replaced it by hydroelectricity. As far as our indigenous coal goes, we have decided to look for produce energy either by coal to liquid or coal to gas, so that we do not have to burn coal to produce energy. At the same time, we've also decided that by 2030, 60% of all energy produced in Pakistan will be clean energy through renewables. And also, 30% of all our vehicles would be on electricity. So I assure you that Pakistan will be doing its best to make its contribution to mitigate the effects of climate change. Thank you.
La actual pandemia y el cambio climático, que tienen una relevancia no solo ambiental, sino también ética, social, económica y política, inciden sobre todo en la vida de los más pobres y frágiles. De este modo, apelan a nuestra responsabilidad de promover, con un compromiso colectivo y solidario, una cultura del cuidado que ponga en el centro la dignidad humana y el bien común. Además de adoptar algunas medidas que no pueden aplazarse más, es necesaria una estrategia que reduzca a cero las emisiones netas. La Santa Sede se asocia a este objetivo moviéndose en 2 planos. Primero, por una parte, el Estado de la Ciudad del Vaticano se compromete a reducir a cero las emisiones netas antes del 2050, intensificando los esfuerzos de gestión ambiental ya en curso desde hace algunos años, que posibilitan el uso racional de recursos naturales como el agua y la energía, la eficacia energética, la movilidad sostenible, la reforestación y la economía circular también en la gestión de los desechos. Segundo, por otra parte, la Santa Sede se compromete a promover una educación para la ecología integral. Las medidas políticas y técnicas deben unirse con un proceso educativo que favorezca un modelo cultural de desarrollo y de sostenibilidad centrado en la fraternidad y en la alianza entre ser humano y ambiente. En esta perspectiva, he inaugurado el Pacto Educativo Global para acompañar a las escuelas y universidades católicas frecuentadas por más de 70 millones de estudiantes en todos los continentes, y he apoyado la economía de Francisco, a través de la cual jóvenes economistas, empresarios, expertos en finanzas y en el mundo del trabajo promueven nuevos caminos que superan la pobreza energética, que pongan el cuidado de los bienes comunes en el centro de las políticas nacionales e internacionales y que favorezcan la producción sostenible también en países con baja renta, compartiendo tecnologías avanzadas apropiadas. Ha llegado el momento de un cambio de rumbo. No robemos a las nuevas generaciones la esperanza en un futuro mejor. Gracias.
So Pope Francis there ending that collection of world leaders you heard there making their pledges, and he talked about how he wants to promote ecological education in all Catholic teaching establishments. All right, so next we're going to hear from the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and that's Hoi Sung Lee. But before we hear from him, we're going to see the the first of a series of case studies of films, and this one looks at climate adaptation. Now, we're used to hearing a great deal about mitigation, you know, policies that mitigate climate change, but the other side of the coin is adaptation and building resilience, and that's what this film looks at, is how we can build adaptation in communities around the world.
থেকে আসে আর ট্রলার আসে মালগুলো নিয়ে যায়, তাতে আমরা ভালো ভালো লাভবান হই। আমার এলাকা খুব নিচু, 3 মাস শুকনো থাকে আর 9 মাসই থাকে পানি। তখন আমরা অকার্য অবস্থায় পড়ে থাকি। তখন এই ধাপ চাষটাই আমরা আমাদের বাপদাদা করছে, তা আমরা এটা অনেক ব্যাপকভাবে আমরা করতে, যেহেতু আমরা এতে অনেক লাভবান হই। এই ধাপ আমাদের কোনো 5 দিন বর্ষাও যদি ঢালও নামে, আমাদের এই ধাপ কোনো ক্ষয়ক্ষতি হয় না, যেহেতু এই ধাপের কারণে আমরা
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for this invitation. I was in Paris for COP21 and saw how governments reached an agreement based on the findings of the IPCC's 5th assessment report. Science tells us that climate is already changing because of human activity. We are currently on a path risking serious, pervasive, and irreversible impacts. But science also shows us that the pathways that can lead to a sustainable and prosperous future. In Paris, you also asked the IPCC for a report on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The report tells us that the climate change is already affecting people and nature around the world. Limiting warming to 1.5 degrees is not impossible, but would mean unprecedented transitions in all aspects of society. There are clear benefits to keeping warming to 1.5 rather than 2 degrees. Stabilizing the climate is compatible with other goals like sustainable development and eradicating poverty. Our last 3 special reports show that the need and possibility for urgent action are clear. Governments are responding to these findings with new commitments, which are not yet enough to keep warming below 1.5 degrees. And we look forward to hearing stronger commitments today in line with climate science. Science continues to advance, and the IPCC is working on the 6th assessment report despite the many challenges. We will have more knowledge to share at COP26 and beyond. But you already know enough to act today. Thank you.
So that's Hoi-Sung Lee there, chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, reminding us about how, you know, when we talk about projections of future warming and the impacts, the science is there, of course, but it's also there to tell us about what kind of solutions we can undertake and how this helps to maximize growth in so many things, improved health, in jobs and providing us with food security and also alleviating poverty. And we know that these targets will be most effective when they are backed by evidence-based plans, the data to really deliver them. So, now we're going to hear from another collection of world leaders. Let me tell you who they are. We've got Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Premier Ministre du Canada, and he's going to be followed by Ibrahim Mohammed Solih, President of the Republic of Maldives. And then we have the Honorable Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. And then staying in Asia, we go to Yoshihide Suga, the Prime Minister of Japan. Then we go to Argentina, to the president there, Alberto Fernandez, and then Dr. Lotte Schering, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. And then we're also going to hear from two governors in the United States, and they are Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, and Charlie Baker, who's the governor of Massachusetts, because of course what happens at local government, state level, is also very, very important. So it's good that we can hear from two people representing that arm of government. So let us start with Justin Trudeau. Thank you.
Right now, all of our countries are dealing with the health and economic impacts of the global pandemic. But as we look to rebuilding from this crisis, we must do so in a way that will build back better for all of our citizens. And that must include an ambitious plan to take strong action against climate change. Le mois dernier, nous avons déposé un projet de loi qui va nous permettre d'atteindre notre objectif de carboneutralité d'ici 2050 et d'imposer au prochain gouvernement la responsabilité d'atteindre la même cible. Et hier, on a présenté notre nouveau plan d'action ambitieux pour le climat qui nous permettra de dépasser nos objectifs climatiques de 2030. We will raise our emission reduction ambitions. And in partnership with provinces and territories, we, as a country, will strive for the upper end of a range of 32 to 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. We will raise Canada's price on carbon pollution, rising by $15 a tonne starting in 2023 and rising to 170 Canadian dollars per tonne by 2030. And we will remain committed to making significant investments in international climate finance, because to effectively fight climate change at home, we must fight it everywhere. This pandemic has taught us the importance of global cooperation, and we must translate that lesson to how we deal with the climate crisis, because our kids and grandkids are counting on us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Maldives is among the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change. We want our ambition to meet the full scale of this challenge and to be a leader in reducing carbon emissions. With the current assistance and resources available, we are on track to reduce a quarter of our emissions by 2030. While this is a positive start, we believe we have a responsibility to take a more transformational economic and environmental path. That is why we aim to reach net zero by 2030 on the condition we receive the extensive support we need. To reach this goal, we will need the realization of the financial and technical assistance that has been pledged to countries such as ours over many decades. We will continue to work towards our long-term strategy of net zero by initiatives such as increasing the percentage of renewable energy used for power generation and exploring alternative solutions to reduce our emissions, including through stronger incentives and legislation. The Maldives will do all that it can to address the climate emergency. We call on the international community to do the same and provide access, especially to SIDS, for much needed consistent financial assistance so that we can meet our targets and secure a 1.5-degree world. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Right Honorable Boris Johnson, Excellencies,
Today, we are observing the 5th anniversary of the historic Paris Agreement. Unfortunately, we are nowhere near to our goals set under the agreement. The reality is that the climate change is neither going to take a break nor it will spare us from its adverse impact for our inaction. Despite many constraints, Bangladesh has emerged as a global leader on adaptation measures. In this regard, I would like to remind everyone that there is a limit to adaptation. As the president of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, we have launched the CVF Midnight Survival Deadline for the Climate initiative, urging every country to declare enhanced NDCs by the midnight on 31st December 2020. In Bangladesh, we are planting 11.5 million saplings nationwide, marking the birth centenary of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and also launched a program called Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan to mobilize resources for a secured, sustainable future. To substantially rise our NDC and adaptation ambition, we have further included a few more potential sectors in addition to the existing energy, industry, and transport sectors in the mitigation process. We are also finalizing our national adaptation plan. Every year, we are spending $2 billion for climate change sensitive projects and $3 billion for adaptation measures. I would like to conclude urging all developed countries to come forward with predictable and promised mitigation measures along with climate finance. Thank you all.
日本国内閣総理大臣の菅義偉です。はじめに会議を主催されるジョンソン首相、マクロン大統領、グテーレス国連事務総長の指導力に敬意を表します。本日、気候野心サミットで日本の取り組みについてお話しできる機会を嬉しく思います。私の政権は2050年までに温室効果ガスの排出を実質ゼロにするカーボンニュートラルの実現を目指すことを宣言しました。またそれに伴い、気候野心同盟への参加を決定しました。温暖化への対応は経済成長を妨げるものではなく、むしろ大きな成長につながります。日本は成長戦略の柱に経済と環境の好循環を掲げ、次世代型太陽電池、カーボンリサイクル、水素の活用など革新的なイノベーションを通じてグリーン社会の実現に努力していきます。2030年に向けた日本の取り組みについても新たな目標を踏まえて議論を進め、COP26 までに国連に通報することを目指します。日本は世界の脱炭素移行を支援するため、国際協力にも引き続き取り組みます。本年官民合わせて約 1.3 兆円、約118億ドルの支援を行います。緑の気候基金に対しては最大で総額30億ドルを拠出します。来年の COP26 に向けて各国と協力しながらパリ協定の目標である脱炭素社会の実現のため指導力を発揮していく決意です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
La Argentina reafirma su compromiso con el Acuerdo de París a la luz de la ciencia y adopta el cambio climático como política de Estado. Nuestro país paga un alto precio por el impacto del cambio climático en su territorio y en su estructura social y productiva, y hace un enorme esfuerzo en acciones de mitigación y adaptación, cuyo monto asciende a un estimado de 15.000 millones de dólares con financiamiento internacional. Aunque ambicioso, esto es insuficiente. Es imperioso un mayor compromiso y cooperación por parte de los países más desarrollados para ampliarlo. Con verdadera convicción anunciamos los compromisos que orientan la política y la acción climática argentina en los próximos años. En primer lugar, y en respuesta al llamado a aumentar la ambición climática, hemos decidido adelantar la presentación de la nueva contribución determinada nacional para este año. La Argentina presentará, con miras al 2030, una meta que limitará sus emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero a un nivel de casi 26% inferior a la contribución determinada nacional previamente comprometida. Adicionalmente, la nueva contribución incluirá la comunicación de adaptación, reforzando la importancia que reviste esta problemática para países como la Argentina. En segundo lugar, la Argentina se compromete a presentar una estrategia de desarrollo con bajas emisiones a largo plazo, con el objetivo de alcanzar un desarrollo neutral en carbono en el año 2050. En tercer lugar, en cumplimiento de la Ley Nacional de Presupuestos Mínimos de Adaptación y Mitigación del Cambio Climático Global, trabajamos a través de nuestro Gabinete de Cambio Climático en la elaboración de un Plan Nacional de Adaptación y Mitigación claro y ambicioso. Asumamos juntos el desafío de impulsar una transformación justa y ambiciosa y decididamente inclusiva como forma de reconstruirnos mejor, conscientes de la responsabilidad individual y colectiva respecto al medio ambiente. Promovamos en este mismo espíritu de solidaridad un diálogo de alto nivel sobre acceso equitativo a medios de implementación, tales como recursos financieros, transferencias de tecnología y construcción de capacidades para la consecución de los compromisos climáticos. Como enseña el Papa Francisco, abramos nuestros ojos y nuestros corazones para actuar con una nueva sensibilidad. El planeta nos dice basta. Asumamos la responsabilidad histórica de convertirnos en artífices de un mundo mejor, reconstruido sobre los sólidos pilares de un desarrollo ambientalmente sostenible, innovador, solidario e inclusivo. Muchas gracias.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from His Majesty the King and the people of Bhutan. It is my pleasure to join you all today. As we continue to battle the pandemic, this is a timely dialogue, as well as a reminder that we are all interdependent. But unfortunately, both climate change and COVID-19 affects the poorer countries more. As a practicing doctor, I know the damages rising temperature can cause to our body and mind. We call it fever. May I say that our Mother Earth is having a fever, and the evidence says that Paris Agreement has the solution to it. For us, Bhutan's monarch have offered one of the most efficient and sustainable nationally determined contribution, which is our sacred constitution. Our constitution mandates maintaining 60% of our country under forest cover at all times to come. We also have to ensure intergenerational equity when it comes to natural resources. We are carbon negative today. What other countries are trying to achieve by 2050, we are already there. But this does not mean that we'll be complacent. Even though our main source of energy is hydropower, we have already started investing in solar and wind energies. After knowing that the primary emitters in our country is fossil fuel-driven cars, we have already started a project to replace these cars with the electric ones. Last year, at the UN Climate Action Summit, I had the opportunity to launch the LDC vision of climate resilient development pathway by 2030 and net zero emission by 2050. Earlier this week, as the chair of LDC Group, we hosted the Thimphu Ambition Summit. At least 19 LDCs are preparing to submit their new and updated NDCs by the end of this year. We are counting on the support from the international community to help implement these plans. Left up to us, because of lack of resources and technical expertise, we cannot do much, and this would remain a mere vision on paper. Therefore, today is an opportunity to rededicate ourselves to this cause. We seek concrete and more interventions from greater emitters. Only then we can make a difference. Let us heal the world together. I thank you and Tashidele.
5 years ago, the world's leaders gathered in Paris and chose to boldly confront the climate crisis for our health, for our future, and for our economy. In the years since, we've witnessed more extreme storms, unpredictable flooding, and stress on our Great Lakes. And this is just a taste of what's to come if we don't act now. As we continue to grapple with the pandemic ripping through our communities, we've seen firsthand what happens when U.S. officials fail to prepare. We cannot make the same mistake when it comes to the impending climate crisis. States like Michigan have shown what it means to take climate change seriously. When the U.S. federal government stepped back, we stepped up. We joined the U.S. Climate Alliance, a bipartisan coalition of 25 U.S. governors committed to the goals of Paris. And like so many other leading regions and nations around the world, we just set our own target to make our state carbon neutral by 2050. This has the potential to create millions of new jobs. Michiganders are already unlocking the benefits of clean growth by transforming and electrifying the U.S. auto industry, which has long called Michigan home. And we're not alone. More than 4,000 cities, states, businesses, healthcare organizations, faith groups, tribes, colleges and universities, and community groups have put forward a new statement to go further in partnership with the federal government. Make no mistake, America is all in. So today, let's recognize and reflect on how far we've come, but let's not lose sight of how far we still have to go. Let's get to it together. Thank you.
Hey, this is Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker. I'm pleased to be addressing you today at the 2020 Climate Ambition Summit. And I'm grateful for our conversations and partnership with our colleagues in the United Kingdom on the issues of climate change and clean energy. Climate change presents a significant threat to residents, natural resources, economy, and quality of life in Massachusetts and throughout the world. And we know the next decade will be pivotal in our ability to mitigate its worst impacts and adapt to an already changing climate. These are real impacts, they're happening now, and they require urgent and ambitious action. And that's why Massachusetts is a proud member of the U.S. Climate Alliance, working with a bipartisan coalition of governors, including my colleague, Governor Whitmer, to uphold and build upon the commitments made in the Paris Climate Accord. Earlier this year, I set an aggressive target for Massachusetts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. In the coming weeks, we'll release our roadmap to 2050, a study outlining policies and strategies to achieve this ambitious emissions target. We made substantial progress through 2 successive offshore wind energy procurements to date, totaling 1,600 megawatts, with each project setting a record low price point for the U.S. market. This is a significant milestone in offshore wind in the U.S., and other states are taking notice and advancing their own goals. And as we continue to develop the workforce and infrastructure we need to develop a strong offshore wind industry on the East Coast, we're grateful for the expertise, best practices, and shared knowledge from our friends in the UK, who have already brought their expertise and ingenuity to the U.S. market. And I want to thank you again for this opportunity to speak today.
Well, thank you there to Governor Baker, and he, along with Governor Whitmer, are both members of the U.S. Climate Alliance. And don't forget, you can also be part of our conversation. Use your social media channels on #ClimateAction. So such is the nature of this Climate Ambition Summit that we have so many world leaders who want to speak. So we now have another collection of speakers. We have Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland, who's going to be followed by Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and then Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea, and then Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon in West Africa, and then also we go to Belize, to the Prime Minister there, John Briceño, and Dr. Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany. And then we are also going to hear two voices from Sierra Leone. We have Yvonne Akisoye, who's the mayor of Freetown, the capital, and also Zakiatou Sese, who's chairperson of the Community Disaster Management Committee and also training facilitator there. And then we're also going to hear from Alison Martin, who's CEO of Zurich Insurance, and they today are launching what they're calling the Race for Resilience, because of course insurance companies have a very important role to play in that. So let's kick off with Sanna Marin, the Prime Minister of Finland.
Finland aims to be the world's first climate-neutral welfare society. We are committed to become climate neutral by 2035 and have negative net emissions soon after that. We commit to take an active role in the global green recovery and transition aligned with the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Finland has already communicated to the UNFCCC its long-term strategy in line with 2035 climate neutrality. And as a member of the European Union, Finland is part of the EU's ambitious joint nationally determined contribution. We commit to scale up our climate finance, aiming at balanced mitigation and adaptation. Last year, our contribution was record high. Finland commits to actively promote a systemic approach. Climate aspects need to be part of our economic and financial policies. We act as a co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. We firmly believe that all climate action should be based on the best available science. For this, we need climate science and forecasting services. The Finnish Meteorological Institute and the Finnish government commit to collaborate globally towards strong early warning systems. We commit to promote sustainable food systems and fight against biodiversity loss. Renewable energy, nature-based solutions, circular economy, innovation and digital transformation are all key areas in Finland's climate action. There is a clear risk that inequality between nations will increase as a cause of COVID pandemic. We urge all of us to implement recovery measures in line with the UN Secretary General's 6 principles. And finally, we commit to share our experiences to facilitate the global green transition. By committing ourselves into climate dialogue, we can build a common green future for our children and their children.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you today in the commemoration of the 5th anniversary of the historic Paris Agreement. Ethiopia has taken bold leadership on climate action by launching its ambitious climate-resilient green economy strategy that aspires to build a carbon-neutral and resilient economy by 2030. Over the last 2 years, this strategy has been fully mainstreamed into the recently launched 10-year Perspective Development Plan, which runs from 2021 to 2030. As part of our commitment to the Paris Agreement, we have also launched our 15 years ambitious national adaptation plan aimed at reducing the vulnerability of the country to the adverse impacts of climate change. This plan has identified 18 options across the most vulnerable sectors, including agriculture, forestry, health, and transport. We have also recently intensified our commitment in the fight against climate change by launching our Green Legacy National Flagship Initiative in 2019, aimed at planting 20 billion seedlings within 4 years. During the last 2 years, we have managed to plant more than 9 billion seedlings. As of next year, my government is working to extend the Green Legacy Initiative into neighboring countries. Ethiopia is also on the verge of finalizing the process of updating its nationally determined contribution as well as the preparation of the 2050 long-term low-carbon development strategy, despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19. I would like to reiterate the unwavering commitment of Ethiopia in the global fight against climate change and call upon all parties to enhance their ambition and scale up their climate finance support for developing countries. I thank you.
존경하는 유엔 사무총장님, 각국 정상 여러분, 파리 협정 체결 5주년이자 이행 첫 해를 맞아 기후 목표 정상회의에 함께하게 되어 매우 기쁩니다. 코로나의 도전이 거센 가운데서도 기후 목표 정상회의 개최를 위해 노력해 주신 구테레시 사무총장님과 영국, 프랑스, 칠레, 이탈리아 정상들에게 경의를 표합니다. 한국은 2050년 탄소 중립 사회로 가기 위해 탄소 중립과 경제 성장, 삶의 질 향상을 동시에 달성하는 포용적 비전을 마련했습니다. 정부, 의회와 지자체에서 다양한 논의를 진행해왔고 탄소 중립선언 비전 선포식을 통해 온 국민이 함께 탄소 중립을 실천하기로 다짐했습니다. 한국은 국민이 일상 속에서 자발적으로 실천할 수 있는 시나리오를 마련하고 사회 각 부문별로 체계적인 로드맵을 만들어 실행할 계획입니다. 또한 디지털 혁신과 결합한 그린 뉴딜을 통해 녹색 산업을 발전시킬 것입니다. 기후위기를 포용적이며 지속 가능한 성장의 기회로 삼아 새로운 일자리를 만들고 그린 뉴딜의 경험과 성과를 모든 나라와 공유하겠습니다. 국제사회의 공동 대응 노력에도 함께할 것입니다. 2050년 탄소 중립 목표 달성을 위한 장기 저탄소 발전 전략을 올해 안에 마련하고 2030년 국가 결정 기여를 절대량 목표 방식으로 전환하여 유엔에 제출할 예정입니다. 아울러 2030년 감축 목표도 조속히 상향 제출할 수 있도록 노력할 것입니다. 내년 5월 서울에서 제2차 P4G 정상회의가 열립니다. 기후위기 극복을 위해 국제사회가 더욱 긴밀히 협력할 수 있도록 개최국으로서 최선을 다하겠습니다. 제2차 P4G 정상회의에 깊은 관심과 참여를 당부드립니다. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years after Paris, it is time for increased ambition. As chair of the African Group of Negotiators, I call for an immediate action to combat climate change. As champion of the African Adaptation Initiative, it gives me hope that we can come together in the face of climate change, a threat far more significant than COVID-19. Adaptation is a key priority for our continent. To this end, I am pleased to announce the strategic partnership between the African Adaptation Initiative and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's Global Center for Adaptation to accelerate adaptation ambition and action in Africa. I'm also delighted to announce that a few days ago, the Green Climate Fund endorsed its largest readiness program that brings together 25 African countries under the auspices of the AAI. Africa emits just 4% of global emissions. Yet, we all published our NDCs in 2015, and we are strongly committed to revising them before Glasgow. We also continue to advance our 3 regional initiatives in the Sahel, the African island states, and the Congo Basin. Mesdames et messieurs, Les forêts du bassin du Congo séquestrent des quantités importantes de carbone et fournissent à l'humanité des services écosystémiques irremplaçables. Les solutions basées sur la nature sont notre plus grand allié, nous permettant à la fois de nous adapter et d'atténuer les changements climatiques. Couvert à 88% par des forêts tropicales humides, le Gabon absorbe 3 fois plus de CO2 qu'il en émet. Grâce à nos politiques de gestion durable de la forêt, nos absorptions nettes de CO2 ont déjà augmenté de près de 20%. Une loi sur le climat est en préparation. Cet engagement, encore plus ambitieux, sera décliné avant la conférence de Glasgow, à travers notre contribution déterminée au niveau national. Le Gabon s'engagera à préserver ses forêts tropicales et à augmenter son absorption nette de CO2. Je vous remercie.
Belize is pleased to join the trailblazing small island developing states who pledged and delivered ambitious climate plans, demonstrating once again SID's leadership and our commitment to doing more than our fair share to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. In this spirit, Belize's enhanced nationally determined contribution will endeavor to trigger tripping points that will catalyze systemic domestic transformation in high carbon intensity sectors. In the forestry sector, Belize will finalize our REDD plus strategy that will establish an environmentally credible and measurable approach to slow, halt, and reverse forest loss and degradation, and facilitating the absorption of an additional 16 million tons of carbon. In the energy sector, we will move steadily towards expanding renewable energy uptake to 85% by 2030. We plan to double mangrove protection by increasing the areas under protection from 12,826 hectares to 24,826 hectares. Climate change is already one of the most serious threats to Belize. We constantly face destruction from natural hazards and instances of drought, coastal erosion, flooding, and variable precipitation patterns. Combined, these impacts severely imperil our environmental, physical, social, and economic systems and our sustainable development as a whole. We have no choice but to act with urgency and with foresight so as to ensure the dignity of every Belizean and the preservation of our national heritage for future generations. A groundswell of action and support, particularly from those with historical responsibility, is critical to avert or minimize loss and damage. Today, as we commemorate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, let us all recall our collective commitment and choose to act, because the time to address the climate crisis was yesterday. Thank you.
Mit dem Klimaschutzabkommen von Paris ist die Weltgemeinschaft verbindliche Verpflichtungen eingegangen. Deutschland weiß um seine Verantwortung und darum, dass ehrgeizige Ziele auch ehrgeizige nationale Beiträge erfordern. Dazu steigen wir neben der Kernkraft auch aus der Kohleverstromung aus und bauen erneuerbare Energien weiter aus. Wir setzen auf CO2-Bepreisung und starten deshalb 2021 auch den nationalen Emissionshandel für Verkehr und Wärme. Alle Staaten müssen notwendige Klimaschutzinvestitionen finanzieren können. Weltweit sollte also günstiges Kapital zur Verfügung stehen. Deutschland will hierfür zusätzlich knapp 500 Millionen Euro bereitstellen. Ich setze mich dafür ein, dass wir international einen Prozess zur Klimafinanzierung post-2020 starten und bis zur COP26 abschließen. Deutschland hält seine Zusage ein, seine Haushaltsmittel zur Klimafinanzierung bis 2020 auf jährlich 4 Milliarden Euro zu verdoppeln. Und auch in Zukunft wird Deutschland einen angemessenen Beitrag leisten. Zudem haben wir mit der Weltbank und weiteren Partnern die Green Recovery Initiative gestartet. Damit wollen wir 160 Milliarden US-Dollar der Weltbank Wirtschaftshilfen auf Nachhaltigkeit und Klimaschutz ausrichten. Außerdem unterstützt Deutschland mit der NAMA Facility Entwicklungsländer mit ambitionierten Klimazusagen. Sich als Weltgemeinschaft ehrgeizige Ziele zu setzen, ist das eine. Sie zu erreichen, das andere. Das eine wie das andere wollen wir schaffen. Das ist das Zeichen, das ich mir von der COP26 wünsche.
The impact of climate change is already being acutely felt in the city of Freetown. Abnormally heavy rainfall leads to flooding, but also leads to crop failure, which in turn has increased the rate of rural-urban migration. Some of the most vulnerable people looking to improve their lives find themselves now within the city, facing the floods, but also being along our coastline in slum communities. In order for us to address this, Freetown, the Tree Town, is our campaign to plant 1 million trees within the rainy seasons of 2020 and 2021. We are almost there, and this is an example of what can be done. I'm excited by the Champions Race for Resilience, and along with them, I commit to continue to be an agent of change, to mobilize resilient action in cities such as mine. I'd like to thank the UN, the UK, France, Italy, and Chile, and the partners for the honor of allowing us to share our story of Freetown's resilience. And we look forward to collectively working together to make sure resilience in cities is a feature of our post-COVID recovery. Thank you.
My name is Zakiat Sigue, and I live in Bazak, an informal settlement in Freetown, Sierra Leone. I'm a chairperson and a team facilitators of the Community Disaster Management Committee, CDMC, through which these structures that spread across Freetown, we clean the drainages and waterways to prevent seasonal flooding in various settlements, and have collaborated with Freetown City Council to plant 1 million trees in Freetown, through which my communities and neighborhood can be more resilient. I am here to launch the Races for Resilience campaign, through which the high-level champion aim catalyze action from non-state actors to help make 4 billion people from vulnerable groups and communities like me more climate resilient by 2030.
Hello, I'm Alison Martin. I'm the CEO for EMEA and Bank Distribution at Zurich Insurance Group, and also Executive Sponsor for Sustainability. As a proud member of the Zurich Flood Resilience Alliance, working with our partners, we're actively supporting communities to become more resilient to climate change. Our vision is to stop flooding from so negatively impacting people's lives and livelihoods. Flood is the most devastating of natural hazards and is only being exacerbated by climate change. Last year, we committed to helping 2 million people to improve their resilience to flood by 2023 through things like our flood resilience measurement framework and toolkits. And starting from next year, we will triple funding by 2025, we'll expand our reach from 11 to 21 countries, and we'll aim to work in an additional 200 communities. The Alliance fully supports the Race for Resilience campaign, the opportunity to share learnings and to help shield the most vulnerable communities from natural catastrophes. Now is the time to accelerate climate change adaptation. And on the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we urge the global community to join the Race for Resilience, to deliver on climate commitments, to achieve meaningful outcomes that help people cope with climate change, and importantly, to improve the lives of those who are on the front line of climate chaos. Thank you.
So that's Alison Martin, the CEO of Zurich Insurance, ending that collection of contributors, and the last three people talking, of course, about the importance of resilience and the race to resilience. So now we have 4 heads of government I want to introduce to you. We have José Vorek Bainimarama, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji. He's followed by Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Francisco Sagasti Hochhausler, President of the Republic of Peru, and Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark. So let us hear from these leaders.
Bulabinaka. Here in Fiji, we are among the first on earth to see the new sun rise each day. Some say it gives us a glimpse into the future. I don't know about that. But I do know Fijians are already seeing life on the front lines of the rising seas, stronger storms, and other devastating impacts of the climate crisis. Driven by existential urgency, Fiji was the first nation in the world to ratify the Paris Agreement. Even mired in our worst ever economic recession due to COVID-19, Fiji remains committed to a reduction of 30% in energy emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality by mid-century. Building on our nationally determined contribution, our NDCs, from 2015, we are specifically committing to reduce emissions in the waste sector to near zero through methane capture and waste-to-energy solutions, and in transport through a conversion towards electric vehicles and renewable energy. We also aim to plant 30 million trees by 2035, and we have partnered with our fellow Pacific nations to decarbonize regional shipping. We will soon pass a groundbreaking climate change bill to cement our net zero commitment across every aspect of governance, and we will mainstream adaptation and oceans action as part of our more ambitious NDC.
Excellencies, if ever there was a time to bring climate action to the forefront, that time is now. These uncertain times test our resilience and the will to act decisively. However, our willingness to adapt, to change, innovate our way out of crisis, and be bold in our ambition will be the measure of our success. For Jamaica, ambition means action that speaks louder than mere words of commitment. We strive for actionable ambition. Jamaica submitted an ambitious and enhanced nationally determined contribution with new targets to increase the use of renewable energy, advance energy efficiency, and protect our forests and natural assets. We are updating our climate change policy framework. We are completing a national adaptation plan and will complete our long-term low carbon and climate resilient strategy in 2021. This is our clear pathway to net zero emissions by 2050, which will give rise to unprecedented legislation for social and economic changes for decades ahead. As we sprint to Glasgow, I leave you with profound words of the fastest sprinter alive, our very own Usain Bolt, who asserted that the difference between the impossible and the possible lies in determination. Let us therefore be determined to make COP26 the turning point to what we know is possible. We have the technology, we have the capacity. We now need the will and the enabling finance.
Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres. Presidente de la COP26 del Reino Unido, Alok Sharma. Distinguidas ministras y ministros, damas y caballeros. La pandemia de la COVID-19 y sus efectos adversos han acaparado nuestra atención en los últimos tiempos. No hay duda que se trata de la amenaza más apremiante que enfrenta el mundo. Pero no nos equivoquemos, la crisis climática continúa siendo el mayor riesgo al desarrollo que el ser humano enfrenta hoy en día. Tenemos una catástrofe acelerada, COVID-19, y una catástrofe en cámara no tan lenta, el cambio climático. Por ello, en esta cumbre de celebración del 5º aniversario de la suscripción del Acuerdo de París, el Perú desea reafirmar su compromiso en el objetivo común de enfrentar el cambio climático, reconociendo que sin ciencia y tecnología no hay futuro, no hay manera de enfrentar el cambio climático. En ese contexto, el Perú se suma al llamado a la ambición climática, presentando los siguientes compromisos. En términos de mitigación, aumentaremos nuestra ambición de un 30 a un 40% de reducción de emisiones para el año 2030. Este compromiso se reflejará en la actualización de nuestras contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas. En términos de adaptación, concluiremos la formulación del Plan Nacional de Adaptación. Por último, culminaremos la actualización de la Estrategia Nacional ante el Cambio Climático al 2050, que definirá la transición progresiva del Perú hacia la carbono neutralidad, pero con un fuerte enfoque de justicia ambiental. Debido a nuestra condición de país mega diverso, a lo largo de la historia el clima nos ha planteado grandes desafíos que nos han obligado a desplegar nuestras mejores capacidades y creatividad. Nuestro compromiso, a pocos meses de celebrar 200 años de vida republicana, es reencontrar ese espíritu ancestral y sentar las bases para una acción climática que nos permita avanzar hacia el desarrollo sostenible y lograr el bienestar de todos los peruanos y peruanas.
As Prime Minister, I have to ask an important question. What do we leave for future generations? 5 years ago in Paris, we promised to leave the climate in much better shape. Unfortunately, we are not on the right track if we are to keep that promise. In Denmark, we have now adopted our first climate law with a legally binding target to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2030. Our targets are ambitious, and therefore our work to deliver is urgent. We have just recently put plans in place to build the world's first giant offshore energy island, which would more than triple our offshore wind capacity. And we have more than doubled the funding for green research since 2019. Within 1 year, we have made plans that come 25% of the way to reach our goal for 2030. But we need the European Union and the rest of the world to follow. This is why we have just adopted our first ever long-term global climate action strategy. We aim to increase our green development assistance budget with around 60% from 2019 to 2021. With decades of experiences in developing a sustainable energy system, we are very keen to share this knowledge with others. We made a promise in Paris. The children of the world trust that we will keep it. And therefore, all of us, we need to act now.
So the Prime Minister of Denmark there, Mette Frederiksen, and in fact since she recorded that message, I can tell you that the Danish Parliament has voted to end all oil and gas extraction in the North Sea in 2050. They're going to cancel all future licensing rounds, and they're going to also make sure that they have a just transition for all those workers who will lose their jobs from the fossil fuel sector. And as the European Union's largest oil producer, Denmark says it's now going to use this decision to really push for further global action on fossil fuels. Don't forget, you can join today's conversation, #ClimateAction. And also, if you go to the website climateambitionsummit2020.org, you can also see what businesses are doing, taking action on climate change. All right, we now have some more remarks for you from world leaders. We have KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and then we're going to play you another short film, a case study, which looks very much at the growth and future potential of renewable energy sources, something that's very important, of course, in this debate. And then we'll hear from Tim Cook, who's CEO of Apple, and that's one of the biggest companies in the world that's aligning itself and its supply chain with a very ambitious carbon neutrality target. So first, let us go to Nepal.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I commend the leadership of Chile, France, Italy, UK, and the United Nations for convening this summit. The COVID-19 has forced us to postpone the COP26. However, our quest for a cleaner and greener earth cannot be postponed. Nepal strongly supports the Paris Agreement and the call to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We are committed to the promotion of climate resilient development and aim to move towards a zero carbon economy. To promote green growth and green recovery, we prioritize producing clean and renewable energy, promoting e-mobility, low-carbon infrastructure, and ecotourism. We aim to extend protected area from 23% to 30% by 2030 and preserve biodiversity. I urge the world to recognize the value of the Himalayas to maintain ecological balance in the oceans and control global warming. Nepal will submit enhanced indices by the end of this year and develop an ambitious long-term strategy to reach net zero scenario by 2050. We are developing a national adaptation plan and corresponding climate finance strategy and roadmap by 2021. We will introduce climate resilient adaptation plans in all 753 local levels by 2030. Easy and adequate access to climate finance becomes critical for us to implement these ambitions. We shake hands of all countries to march ahead for a greener journey together. Thank you.
I thank Prime Minister Boris Johnson and his team for hosting this important summit. Like the UK, Israel is totally committed to a successful transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy by 2050. We've already made crucial progress in two specific areas. In coal, we've substantially reduced our dependency. In fact, Israel is a global leader in cutting coal consumption. By 2025, that's just 5 years from now, barring an emergency, Israel will no longer be burning coal, any coal. In solar energy, over the last 5 years, we've increased our generation from 2% to some 10%. By 2030, solar energy will provide over a third of all Israel's electricity. The challenge we still face in solar energy is storage. My government is pursuing policies that will overcome this challenge. We're fortunate to have hundreds of Israeli startups that are working on this and related issues in alternative energy. These companies have and will receive billions of dollars in investments. I'm convinced that Israeli scientists and Israeli entrepreneurs, with their unquenchable ingenuity, will enable us to play our part in the global solar revolution. Cooperation in the field of solar energy is also an integral part of our new cooperation with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. So not only is solar energy helping eliminate dependency on fossil fuels, it's helping us cement Arab-Israeli peace. And both these goals offer us a bright, clean, and safe future. Thank you.
Le complexe Nourouarzazate jouit d'un ensoleillement exceptionnel, 2635 kWh par mètre carré par an, parmi les plus élevés au monde. Le site est composé de 4 centrales solaires d'une puissance totale de 580 MW.
Throughout history, it's probably one of the fastest transitions we're seeing. We're in the midst of a new industrial revolution before our very eyes. Wind in the UK is now cheaper than fossil fuels, and we've seen the cost of offshore wind in particular plummet rapidly over the last few years.
Thank you to all of the advocates and leaders joining us today. This is an important gathering, and we at Apple don't take our presence in this group lightly. We wear it as a badge of duty. At this moment of historic urgency, every leader of nations, of companies, and of communities has a particular burden to act. This year, Apple has accelerated our progress. We became carbon neutral for our worldwide corporate emissions. Already, we're helping 95 of our suppliers transition to 100% renewable energy, a number we continue to grow. And we've unveiled a plan, unrivaled in its ambition, to achieve carbon neutrality for our entire supply chain and product usage by 2030, 20 years before the goal set by the United Nations. We see every part of our device life cycle, from design to manufacturing to durability and repair to recycling, as an opportunity for environmental innovation, moving us toward our goal of a closed-loop supply chain. The choice between the bottom line and the future of our planet is a false one, and each new green innovation offers the proof. This is no time for changes at the margins. Together, we can transition to a carbon-neutral economy and usher in a new era of inclusive opportunity. This is a moment for ambition, cooperation, and leadership. We at Apple are proud to be your partners, and we call on companies and governments around the world to do all we can to make 2021 the year we turn the corner for good. Thank you.
So Tim Cook there, CEO of Apple, giving us an idea of what the business community is doing. Right, so now I also want to introduce to you another round of speakers, starting with the Honourable Bob Laumann-Weber, Prime Minister of Vanuatu, and of course the small island states, a very, very important voice to hear in all this. And he's followed by Lee Hsien Loong, Prime Minister of Singapore, then Stefan Löfven, Prime Minister of Sweden, and then we go to Africa, Rwanda, Paul Kagame, the president there, and then Lionel Angeme, President of the Republic of Nauru. And then we're going to hear from some cities, because of course cities are very, very important. You know, about 70% of the world's population by about 2050 are going to be urban dwellers. So we've got Eric Garcetti, Mayor of Los Angeles in the United States, who's also chair of C40 Cities, which is an alliance of cities all over the world. And we also go to the Philippines to hear from Josefina Belmonte, who's mayor of Quezon City. And we're going to get an announcement there about a number of new cities who are going to be joining the Race to Zero campaign. So let us go now to Vanuatu.
Thank you to all of the advocates and leaders joining us today. This is an important gathering, and we at Apple don't take our presence in this.
The Republic of Vanuatu's long-term vision on climate change and aspirations are embedded
within the fundamental duties defined under its constitution, to protect the Republic of Vanuatu and to save the national wealth, resources, environment, and in the interest of the present generation and the future generations. As you know, this made difficult by the impacts of COVID-19 and our existing vulnerability to natural disasters. The recent Category 5 cyclone Tropical Harold that struck Vanuatu during the COVID-19 border closure this year clearly demonstrates this. The threat of climate change makes it difficult to attain our sustainable development goals. Our extreme vulnerability means that our resilience on the multilateral system will continue to heighten. Vanuatu's current NDC mitigation targets in transitioning close to 100% renewable energy in electricity sector by 2030. Achieving this target would replace nearly all fossil fuel requirements for electricity generation in the country. Implementing the current NDC incurs several challenges, and the major challenges being the financial support to implement the key interventions. Our revised and updated NDC captures the potential GHG emission sectors, including land transport, waste, forestry, and agriculture. The updated NDC is also capturing adaptation, quantifiable targets, specifically for the two priority sectors of agriculture and water, which is also highlighted as a priority for Vanuatu's National Adaptation Plan of Action. Vanuatu is planning to submit its final NDC to the UNFCCC Secretariat by the end of December 2020. However, Vanuatu is calling on all countries to increase their climate ambitions to meet the goals of Paris Agreement on climate change. So climate financing needs to increase to ensure the recapitalization of financial instruments such as the Green Climate Fund. The processes of these funds should be simplified and made easier. At this juncture, I would like to call on the United Nations, the government of UK, alongside the government of Chile and the government of Italy, to support SEEDS to help them access potential funding to address the impact of climate change in their respective jurisdictions. For SEEDS like Vanuatu, climate change remains the biggest challenge, and addressing this head will be paramount for our future. I thank you all.
Excellencies, climate change is an existential threat for all of us, but especially for a small island state like Singapore. This global challenge requires a global response. Singapore will do our part together with other countries. We will meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement. We have submitted an enhanced nationally determined contribution. And despite our alternative energy constraints, we are taking bold steps to achieve our long-term low emissions development strategy. This includes quadrupling solar energy production by 2025, phasing out internal combustion engine vehicles by 2040, actively investing in low carbon solutions, and promoting green financing, for instance, through a $2 billion Green Investments Program. These will help Singapore transition to a low carbon economy. But ultimately, Singapore will not be able to stop climate change on our own. All countries, big and small, must join hands and do our shares. Not only to fulfill what we have agreed to under the Paris Agreement, but to continue to push the envelope on climate ambition so that we minimize the risk of a climate catastrophe destroying our children's world. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Paris Agreement was a triumph for multilateral cooperation. It gave us hope that we could curb climate change and rising temperatures. During these 5 years, we have seen progress, but science never lies because current measures under the Paris Agreement are not enough. So the clock is ticking. We need to step up the pace. Sweden will do its part, internationally providing finance and innovative technology, and nationally by increasing measures to become the world's first fossil-free welfare state. Last week, we presented our national long-term strategy. By 2045, Sweden is to have 0 net emissions of greenhouse gases and thereafter achieve negative emissions. This autumn, our first global pilot plant for fossil-free steel production was launched, Hybrid. This is one of the biggest technological shifts in steel manufacturing in 1,000 years. In addition, a Swedish mining company, LKAB, will invest a further 40 billion euros to lower its emission, which could help their customers worldwide reduce their emissions by 35 million tons per year. It's equivalent to 2/3 of Swedish national emissions. The government's budget bill for 2021 includes up to 1.5 billion euros in green credit guarantees. On export finance, in addition to the existing ban on financing exports to coal power plants, by the end of 2020, no more export credit guarantees will be given for deals linked to the exploration, extraction, and transportation of coal. By 2022, we will end Swedish export credits for investments for fossil fuel prospecting and extraction. Last week, we hosted the second summit of the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, which we launched together with India last year. And I'm happy to announce that Sweden will provide a multi-annual contribution over 3 years to the Climate Investment Fund amounting to 30 million euros. We are the first country to provide multi-annual financial contributions to both the Adaptation Fund and the Least Developed Countries Fund, amounting to 100 million euro for the period 2019 to 2022. We need to step up our ambition and action. It is a responsibility for all countries. Let's walk the talk.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, UN Secretary General, I'm pleased to address today's Climate Ambition Summit. I thank the leaders of Chile, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom for convening this event. In May 2020, Rwanda submitted a revised and more ambitious nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. This plan reflects Rwanda's vision to become a developed, low-carbon economy by 2050. We also intend to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 38% by 2030 compared to the business-as-usual scenario. This will be achieved by increasing efficiency in energy production, industrial processes, waste management, transportation, and agriculture. These efforts will mitigate an estimated 4.6 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. We are also strengthening the resilience of our economy and ecosystems through green urbanization and nature conservation. Nature-based solutions offer the best return on investment in terms of drawing down carbon and protecting biodiversity. Recent advances in renewable energy, including battery technology and clean cooling, provide assurance that it is possible to build net zero economies. Rwanda intends to take full advantage of these technologies. Ambitious action on climate change will make our world more resilient and healthy and also more prosperous. We should not miss out on the opportunity. I thank you.
Today we mark the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. After 5 years, it is evident that our current climate action is still far from adequate, and our trajectory is off the 1.5-degree goal. The COVID pandemic should not hinder our efforts to raise our ambition to meet the Paris Agreement goals. For Nauru, addressing climate change is ensuring our very existence. I am pleased to announce that Nauru's updated and enhanced NDC is being finalized to be submitted to UNFCCC this month. The updated NDC is a significant enhancement from our initial NDC in 2015, enumerating specific targets and actions for which Nauru plans to implement to achieve our climate and sustainable development objectives that will deliver significant benefits. The enhanced NDC sets the beginning of the path for Nauru to progress towards our aspiration of achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Nauru has made significant strides in achieving our goal of 50% renewable energy by 2030 and further commit to 100% renewable energy by 2050. Achieving this aspirational goal will be contingent on the mobilization of sufficient international financial, technical, and capacity building support. This ambitious mitigation effort must be pursued in tandem with urgent adaptation actions. Our NDC set out 6 goals that addresses multiple sectors and at the same time contribute to the overall national sustainable development, goals aligned with the 2030 agenda. These were 1, productive land and coast, 2, health and productive people, 3, water security, 4, food security, 5, energy security, and 6, healthy environment. The new goals are good governance and loss and damage. Nauru is committed to work with partners in further promoting and advocating progress towards the United Nations response to the security implications of climate change.
Hello, I'm Eric Garcetti, the mayor of Los Angeles and chair of C40 Cities. I'm so honored to join you in marking the 5th anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement. And I'm so grateful to Prime Minister Johnson and to President Macron, to Secretary General Guterres, COP26 President Alex Sharma, the governments of Italy and Chile, and all who made this important convening possible. This meeting is absolutely essential because even in the face of our common fight to save lives and to defeat COVID-19, our shared effort to save the planet and to defeat the climate crisis can never and will never end. The Paris Agreement is a covenant among nations, but its consequences play out in our cities. So we, as mayors, have stepped up to lead. From LA to London, from Durban to Dakar, C40 cities have established their own roadmaps to achieve the Paris goals. Many more are on track to cutting their global emissions in half by 2030, including cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai. And starting in 2021, all C40 cities will be required to adopt a climate action plan. Now we're taking one more critical step, kicking off a new campaign called Cities Race to Zero, where we will recruit as many as 1,000 cities, large and small, to take bold action to bring the Paris Agreement to life and embrace the principles of the global Green New Deal. And today, I'm proud to announce that since we launched Cities Race to Zero last month, 70 new cities have already joined that effort. No matter what, mayors will continue to lead the way to a cleaner and fairer world. One of my friends and one of my fellow mayors is C40 leader Joy Belmonte in Quezon City in the Philippines. And it's my pleasure to turn things over to her.
Greetings, I am Joy Belmonte, Mayor of Quezon City in the Philippines. Thank you, Mayor Garcetti, for those inspiring words and the leadership you provide as chair of the C40 cities. The lessons from this most challenging year are clear: delivering a green and just recovery to the COVID-19 crisis, creating strong, fair economies that serve everyone, and cutting greenhouse gas emissions quickly enough to tackle the climate crisis. Success in all of these ambitions is the only way we can secure the future we want in the world's greatest cities. And mayors are taking action to protect the lives and livelihoods of men and women in our communities. We are reclaiming city streets from cars to allow people to safely move about on foot or bikes. We are investing in urban agriculture programs to reduce the distance our food travels. And we are expanding parks, gardens, and green spaces. In Quezon City, with the support of the C40 Cities Finance Facility, we are running a pioneering program to install solar panels in 50 public schools, reducing their vulnerability to typhoons and our collective reliance on fossil fuels. This year, we expanded the program to include health facilities whose smooth functioning has been essential during the pandemic. We look forward to working with the leaders across business, industry, civil society, and nation states to ensure COP26 delivers on the ambition already laid out by cities across the world. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
So just a couple of examples there of how cities and states all over the world are really making a contribution on climate change. And it's clear that the Paris Agreement is very much clearly at the core of those contributions that we've heard from there. So we have now another round of voices for you from all over the world, and we have Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of Malawi in Africa. He's followed by Pedro Sanchez Perez Castellon, President of Spain, President of the Government of Spain, I should say. Then we go to Kiribati, to the President there, Taneti Amamu, and then to Niger in Africa, Mahamadou Issoufou, the President, and then to Grenada, the Prime Minister there, the Right Honourable Dr. Keith Mitchell, and Thongloun Sisoulith, the Prime Minister of the Lao PDR. And then we have a couple of voices from the world of industry. We have Jamshed N. Godrej, Chairman and Managing Director of Godrej & Boyce. That's an Indian manufacturing company which employs more than 14,000 people, so pretty large. And then we also hear from Mahendra Singh, who is CEO of Dalmia Cement. And we're going to hear from Mahendra Singh about their own roadmap to become carbon negative, what's called the Global Cement and Concrete Association's Climate Ambition for 2050. So you can see lots of sectors getting involved. So let us go to Africa now, to Malawi, for our first contribution in this round. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, it's an honor for me to address you on this auspicious occasion of commemorating the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We are focusing on revising the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, to raise ambition on carbon emission reduction and climate resilience building in key economic sectors. These will include new and ambitious adaptation targets in the tourism sector, biological diversity, social protection, disaster risk reduction, and early warning systems. Secondly, restoring 4.5 million hectares of degraded forest landscapes by 2030. Thirdly, introducing a carbon levy on fuel in the national budget as a preliminary measure to mitigate the effects of climate change. This has required tremendous political commitment on the part of my administration, considering our economic constraints and the $3.8 million cost of climate change management. We do so because we see the environmental and economic rewards as greater than the costs. And fourthly, replacing diesel-powered generators with solar power plants for the national grid. Though we have been using emergency diesel generators to supplement the 98% hydropower generation, we will phase these out within a year. And fifthly, reviewing the evidence on effective adaptation and resilience interventions that add value to the existing climate adaptation policy and planning processes in line with Malawi's position as a signatory of the Least Developed Countries Initiative for Effective Adaptation and Resilience Program, LIFE-AR. In conclusion, I affirm my government's aspiration to attain climate resilience, improved adaptive capacity, improved food security and nutrition, restored ecosystems and landscapes. In short, we are moving towards carbon neutrality by the year 2050. And I thank you for your attention.
La emergencia climática es el mayor desafío de nuestra civilización. Debemos entender, por tanto, que la acción climática no es solo una inversión potencial para nuestras economías, que lo es, sino una obligación para la seguridad de nuestros ciudadanos y de nuestras ciudadanas. Y también una garantía de futuro para las próximas generaciones. Durante el año 2020, el Gobierno de España ha dado pasos sólidos, determinados, inequívocos, para sentar las bases del cambio y acelerar la transición ecológica. En enero emitimos una declaración de emergencia climática aprobada en el Consejo de Ministros. En mayo presentamos un proyecto de ley de cambio climático y transición energética. En septiembre adoptamos el Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático y hoy tengo también la satisfacción de anunciar un nuevo impulso a todo este compromiso del Gobierno de España y de la sociedad española en la adaptación y en la lucha contra el cambio climático. Acabamos de aprobar la estrategia de descarbonización a largo plazo para alcanzar la neutralidad climática en el año 2050. Toda esta estrategia que estamos desarrollando sin pausa se basa en dos pilares fundamentales. El primero de ellos es que vamos a cambiar las fuentes de energía que consumimos. El 97% tiene que ser renovable, será renovable, y vamos a consumir menos de un 50% gracias a la eficiencia y al ahorro energético. Es algo más, en consecuencia, que una estrategia política. Es una apuesta colectiva por un mundo diferente, en el que nuestras casas, nuestros edificios públicos, nuestros coches, el medio en el que nos movemos de transporte, las oficinas, las fábricas, estarán adaptados y diseñados para contribuir al objetivo último de la neutralidad climática. Al objetivo último, en definitiva, de salvar a nuestro planeta. En 2030, la previsión es que 5 millones de vehículos eléctricos circularán por nuestras carreteras y en 2050 prácticamente todos los sistemas de climatización serán renovables y el hidrógeno verde supondrá el 25% del consumo energético industrial. Estas son las previsiones que maneja el Gobierno de España. Por esto trabajamos. Estas transformaciones exigen, lógicamente, decisiones complejas, difíciles, especialmente para los sectores en transición, como son las centrales térmicas, las centrales nucleares o la minería del carbón. Por eso, hemos aprobado también la estrategia de transición justa para asegurarnos que nadie quede atrás, para que estas transiciones no excluyan, sino que integren a la mayor parte de la población, sobre todo en aquellos territorios en los que restan oportunidades como consecuencia de esta transición energética. Confío, en definitiva, en que esta cumbre de ambición climática nos ayude a mantener el impulso para que juntos logremos un progreso real el año que viene en Glasgow, para que juntas, construyamos el mundo que se merecen nuestros hijos, nuestras hijas, nuestros nietos, nuestras nietas. Gracias.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in His holy and gracious name, as part of its ambitious commitments, Kiribati has developed an enhanced nationally determined contribution law, known as NDC, to be formally launched and submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in January 2021. In that light, Kiribati has incorporated new sectors such as agroforestry, maritime, aviation, and more prominent transport sector-related actions. We have also incorporated additional gases into the mix of our NDC to scale up our effort on mitigation as well as adaptation. One of our big achievements nationally is that Kiribati, for the first time, has passed its Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management Act in 2019. This act will serve as our foundation for all actions to be implemented across sectors and at the local community level as well. In addition, the Kiribati Joint Implementation Plan for Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, known as KJIP, has been revised to emphasize the need for adaptation, mitigation, and resilient development to form part of the 3 pillars of implementation strategies aimed at addressing our vulnerabilities that exist and will continue to be noticed by people now and in times to come. Furthermore, the climate change and disaster risk finance assessments have also been concluded in country. paving with it recommendations and the reform and enhancements which need to be done at the national level to ensure that climate finance activity is undertaken through informed processes and with enhanced capacities. Kiriba's ambition is both balanced and practical. We commit to ensuring that we are doing our part with regard to emission reduction. We have also taken ambitious steps towards our collective efforts to coordinate and strategically implement our adaptation measures in Kiribati. Our climate change priorities are water and sanitation, coastal protection and renewable energy, and we continue to take bold steps in accessing climate finance to ensure we are taking actions accordingly. While Kiribati is a least developed country and small island developing state, we want to reassure parties that we are doing our part practically and strategically. And with this, we also call on our brothers and sisters within our global community to continue to do their parts in ambitiously tackling climate change and disasters through emissions reduction and the implementation of their NDCs. As a global community, we need to ensure a forward-looking approach to the actions we take, and where the target is for a prosperous and resilient future. I thank you, and let me conclude by bestowing our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Roi and the Tabumoa, meaning good health, peace, and prosperity. While the spirit and the bells for Christmas are ringing, let me also wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Kamdap. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais féliciter les organisateurs et les participants à l'événement qui nous réunit aujourd'hui et en ma qualité de président de la commission Climat pour la région du Sahel, réaffirmer tout l'intérêt que le Niger et la région du Sahel attachent aux réflexions sur un sujet aussi important que celui de l'ambition climatique. Le présent sommet, qui marque le 5e anniversaire de l'accord de Paris, est par conséquent l'occasion pour le Niger et la Commission Climat pour la région du Sahel de réaffirmer leur engagement à contribuer à l'effort global de lutte contre les changements climatiques. À ce sujet, je suis heureux de vous informer que les premiers résultats du processus de révision de la contribution déterminée au niveau national du Niger en cours pourrait nous amener à revoir à la hausse notre engagement de réduction des émissions à l'horizon 2030 de 3,5 à 5%, à travers notamment le développement et la promotion de l'agriculture intelligente, l'utilisation massive des énergies renouvelables et le reboisement du pays. La mise en œuvre du plan d'investissement climat pour la région du Sahel, qui est une agrégation de contributions déterminées nationales des 17 pays membres à l'horizon 2030, engendrera une contribution significative du Sahel dans cet effort planétaire. Pour le Niger, l'accord de Paris participe de l'ambition climatique que le monde se doit d'opérationnaliser dans toutes ses déclinaisons pour que la communauté internationale dépasse ces divergences et accepte la mise en œuvre effective de l'accord de Paris.
On behalf of the government and people of Grenada, I thank you for your kind invitation to this event to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. I begin by offering my words of congratulation to the United Kingdom for its leadership, commitment, and contribution to ambitious climate action. Grenada welcomes the UK's recently announced NDC target for 2030, which reflects and responds to the climate science and the message that urgent action and ambitious actions are required to put us on a path to sustainable development. It is no secret that the impact of climate change are manifested and compounded everywhere, especially among small island developing states. While disappointingly so, the negotiators have failed to welcome the IPCC special report commissioned to guide and provide a basis for climate action. We welcome and call for ambitious actions by all to ensure that the most vulnerable among us have a fighting chance to avoid, adapt, reduce risks, and build resilience to climate-related crises. We welcome the incoming presidency of the UK, assured that with your leadership, we will advance the negotiations, agree on the outstanding issues, and catalyze global action to achieve the objectives of the Convention, the Paris Agreement, and the 2030 Agenda. Grenada is committed to playing its part despite our limited flexibilities and special circumstances exacerbated by the pandemic. Indeed, we recently completed and submitted our second NDC with an ambitious economy, wide mitigation targets. We've also committed to revise and update our national adaptation plan and to develop a long-term low-carbon development strategy in line with our desire to be the first climate-smart city in the region. We will do our part, and we welcome urgent and ambitious actions from everyone to adequately address the climate crisis that is before us.
Mr. Chair, at the outset, Lao PDR has attached great importance to the climate change issue. The Lao government has mainstreamed the goals of the Paris Agreement into its National Socio-Economic Development Plan, as well as its National Green Growth Strategy. The government has set an ambitious target of reaching 70% of forest coverage of the country's total land area by 2020. In addition, the government has also adopted policies and measures, particularly on land and forest use behavior change in agriculture, which is a main sector responsible for greenhouse gas emission in the Lao PDR. The government has set the target from 2020 to 2030 to reduce carbon dioxide at the average of 1,100 kilotons per year, of which compared to the achievement reached during the period of 2000 to 2015 is threefold reduction. In this period, the government has updated its nationally determined contribution, which is a second version to be submitted soon to the UNFCCC, aimed at strengthening Lao PDR's response to the threat of climate change and contribute to the country's post-COVID-19 economic recovery by increasing resilience in the most vulnerable sectors and accelerating decarbonization. The Lao nationally determined contribution introduces a new unconditional greenhouse gas mitigation commitment by reducing greenhouse gas at the rate of 34% of the 2020 baseline by 2030, of which the average abatement of almost 4,000 kiloton carbon dioxide from 2020 onward, and will reach net zero emissions by 2050. In this regard, Lao PDR requests development partners and international community to extend their support and assistance to the Lao PDR in this endeavor. It also calls for concerted efforts from all countries to consume natural resources in a sustainable manner, employ clean energy, and follow the commitment under the Paris Agreement on reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that significantly contribute to the rising of the world temperature. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate the commitment of the Lao PDR to continue close cooperation with the international community in implementing the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Climate change and global warming are the defining issues of our times. In India, Indian industry has stepped up to this challenge. We have also embarked in Godrej and Boyce on our good and green journey. This has allowed us to meet many important sustainable development goals. We have also committed to key global initiatives such as renewable energy demand enhancement, net zero buildings, the Global Alliance for Energy Productivity, and for science-based targets. In order for us to proceed to the next level, we declare our commitment for the EP 100 movement and the business ambition for 1.5 degrees centigrade.
Our industry has long held commitment for taking action on climate change, for creating a sustainable cement and construction sector. Over the last 30 years, we have collectively reduced CO2 emissions by 19%, enhanced energy efficiency by 18%, and enhanced also the usage of alternate fuel 9 times. At Dalmia Cement, we have the philosophy of clean and green is profitable and sustainable. It helps us to create business opportunities in reducing CO2 emissions for co-benefit of all stakeholders. Being the lowest carbon footprint cement company, we have created a roadmap to become carbon negative by 2040. We would collaborate with all stakeholders globally so as to implement the agenda through usage of 100% renewable electricity, enhancement of energy efficiency, usage of alternate fuel like biomass, incinerable waste, also deployment of carbon capture and utilization. We firmly believe in just transitioning for net zero carbon scenario globally. As an industry, we recognize that we all face unprecedented challenge of climate change, and for that purpose, the time is to act now. What we do today would definitely impact generations to come. This means working collectively now. We have created together the Global Cement and Concrete Association's Climate Ambition for 2050. The launch of the GCCA's Climate Ambition Statement represents a critical milestone for our industry. It is the first time that we have gathered together globally to state a collective ambition for a carbon neutral future. Together, we are committed to build the sustainable world of today and tomorrow.
So, Mahendra Sigue there, CEO of Dalmia Cement in India, showing a very, very strong signal committed to carbon neutrality for the sector. And if you want to find out about more innovations and solutions for energy and industry transition, then you can go to our video on demand page. And as I keep on reminding you, you can join our conversations on your social media channels using the hashtag Climate Action. So now we're going to be joined by Erna Solberg, Prime Minister of Norway, followed by Chandri Kapersad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and then the Honourable Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and then Carlos Alvarado Quesada, President of Costa Rica, and then we have Sebastian Kurz, Federal Chancellor of Austria. So we kick off with Erna Solberg in Norway.
The Paris Agreement sets out our shared path to reduce emissions together, to build resilient and robust societies, and to mobilize finance and support. While COVID-19 demands our attention this year, our promise from Paris have not changed. 5 years ago, we agreed on the Paris Agreement and its long-term goals. Best available science tells us to reach the temperature target, deep cuts in global emissions are needed, and fast. Norway submitted its enhanced NDCs in February as one of the first countries. We will cut emissions by at least 50% by 2030, aiming towards 55% below 1919 levels. We seek to cooperate with the EU to accomplish this. We are in process of strengthening our domestic policies to reduce emissions. They will continue to build on general carbon pricing as one of our most important measures. This will give a strong and predictable signal to reduce emissions across sectors. More than 80% of Norway's emissions are covered by the European Emissions Trading System or subject to carbon taxes. We recently submitted our low emission strategy, and our goal is to become a low emission society by 2050. The strategy sets out our path to get there. Norway is proud to lead on climate action, but enhanced NDCs are required from all, especially big emitters. Through strengthened ambitions, cooperation and support, we can deliver the goals of the Paris Agreement together.
The 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement is indeed an auspicious occasion. We believe that Suriname's contribution to the ongoing discussion on climate action and the way forward is essential, as we as a country with a low-lying coast are particularly vulnerable to the impact of sea level rise and climate change. With more than 80% of our population living along the coastal line, the threat of displacement of a significant part of our people is very real and is becoming more urgent. Despite these realities, we are strengthened in our resolve and ambitions to take further actions to increase our resilience. Mr. Chair, Suriname was the second country to submit an updated nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC in December 2019. This NDC outlines the need for a cost-effective way to decarbonize our economic development. Suriname also submitted a national adaptation plan with implementation to start in 2021. Noteworthy is the initiative of Suriname and hosting in February 2019 the first conference on climate finance for high forest, low deforestation countries. Countries with a percentage of forests of global significance pledge to uphold their position as biodiversity hotspot and net carbon sink while taking into account national circumstances and capabilities. Suriname's National Development Plan 2017-2021 prioritize the utilization and protection of the environment. As we face a new cycle of development planning, we ensure the world that our efforts of environmental protection will be more ambitious than ever before. Mr. Chair, ambitious commitments for a small carbon neutral country like Suriname are being challenged by the lack of access to concessional climate financing. We therefore call for a global mechanism for direct and accessible financial support. As we stand here, ready to embark on the sprint to Glasgow, Suriname wishes to remind every country, both those who have committed to leadership roles and those that need a helping hand, that the concept of leaving no one behind is now more crucial than ever before.
Excellencies, this meeting is convened as the world is engulfed by the COVID-19 pandemic that has spared no country. The damage has been felt mostly by the small and vulnerable, especially the tourism-dependent countries in the Caribbean, even though not one global disease has ever originated in any of them. Just as the small islands of the Caribbean have been amongst the greatest victims of a pandemic, in whose creation and spread they played no part, so are they the greatest sufferers from climate change, to whose formation they are the least contributors. COVID-19 has not only taken our people's lives and livelihoods, it has also wrecked our economies and set back years of hard-earned growth. But pernicious and disastrous as the pandemic is, small island states know that the effects of climate change are far worse, pointing a dagger at the heart of our existence. The need for funding to help small nations mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change is urgent. And so too is the importance of providing such funding on affordable terms, taking full account not only of their vulnerability, but to the compensation they should be given for the damage they suffer. It is a relief that the incoming administration in the United States has indicated its willingness to rejoin the Paris Accord, and that it will place priority on curbing climate change. In welcoming this development, my small country calls on the governments of the United States and the People's Republic of China to cooperate as global leaders to pilot the way to a safer world for all humanity. They should recommit themselves to keeping global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to a transparent plan of action. The survival of small island states depends on it. So too does the quality of life for our one planet and our common humanity. Let's increase our climate ambitions and global cooperation to save our planet Earth. I thank you.
Almost 2 years ago, Costa Rica launched its national decarbonization plan to guide all our public investment and develop policies for the next 3 decades and become carbon neutral by 2050. And now we are on the path to show the entire world that it is possible to put an end to our dependence on fossil fuels. We aim to become a global laboratory of good environmental practices and consequently to improve the quality of life of our citizens. In our updated NDC, we increase Costa Rica's adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce its vulnerability to climate change. We have increased our net emission reduction targets for 2030 and created emission budgets and caps, including therein all emissions and all sectors covered by the National Emissions Inventory. This action is consistent with a 1.5-degree trajectory and in line with the long-term strategy presented by Costa Rica in February 2019. We will strengthen the conditions of social, environmental, and economic resilience to climate change. Climate change is about human rights. A fair, adaptive, resilient, and decarbonized society and economy is the only way to achieve widespread well-being for all and fulfill the 2030 Agenda. Costa Rica has shown how a nature-minded pathway is not only possible, but profitable. The Inter-American Development Bank has estimated that our new efforts in the decarbonization plan will bring $41 billion in net gains over the next 3 decades, in addition to the undeniable benefits of clean air, pristine oceans, and healthy soils. These actions are part of the contribution of Costa Rica to the global effort to limit the planet's temperature as agreed in the international community in Paris, and will strive for even more ambition during COP26 under the United Kingdom's presidency. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Un abrazo desde Costa Rica y pura vida.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to thank all responsible for organizing this important event on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement. While we still cope with the impact of the COVID pandemic, we must look forward and focus on a swift recovery, including health, economic, and environmental aspects. We firmly believe that economic strength and a successful green transition go hand in hand. We must set ourselves ambitious goals and count on innovation and digitalization in order to succeed. Austria is willing to contribute to this joint endeavor. At national level, We aim to become carbon neutral already by 2040. We intend to achieve this milestone without using nuclear energy, which for us is neither safe nor sustainable. Instead, our focus lies on renewables and energy efficiency. Currently, we cover over 70% of our national electricity needs with renewables. Our goal is to cover all of our national electricity consumption with renewables by 2030. At international level, Austria has substantially increased its contribution to the Green Climate Fund. We are proud to contribute 100 million euros in fresh money, bringing our total share up to 130 million euros. This is 5 times more than our contribution to the first Green Climate Fund. In addition, we also make sure that our bilateral development cooperation projects take into account climate impacts and add to the implementation of the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the green transition is a chance for all of us to come back from the current crisis healthier, stronger, and more innovative. We must pool our efforts and promote energy efficiency, the massive expansion of renewable energy, and digitalization. Each and every one of us can contribute to make the green transition work, but together we will be stronger. Thank you.
So Sebastian Kurz there, Federal Chancellor of Austria, ending that particular round. And Austria there saying that it's going to increase its contribution to the Green Climate Fund from 30 million euro to 130 million euro. So that's a big, big increase. All right, so now we're going to hear some voices from the world of finance, and we're going to have Stephanie Pfeiffer, CEO of the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, David Blood, Senior Partner of Generation Investment Management, Jean Hines, Managing Partner and incoming CEO of Wellington Management, and Michelle Skrimgamur, CEO of Legal and General Investment Management, who's going to be launching the Net Zero Asset Managers Alliance. Now, before we hear from them, we're going to have this short little film setting the scene for their contributions, looking at the role that private finance can play, because of course in partnership with public finance, they really have got to work together to fund all this action and meeting the targets on climate change. So let's watch this little film.
The value we place on a stable natural world will ultimately determine its future. Do we invest money in the practices that take us deeper into this crisis, or in the solutions that could get us out of it?
Other CIO told me our job is to save money, not to save the planet. But I counter-argue, saying like, what's the point of receiving the pension when our children cannot even play outside? Nobody told me how to hedge the risk like a climate change. So I thought that we have to take a totally different approach. But the philosophy behind everything we do is the long-term investment and the universal ownership. For the capital market to be sustainable, environment must be sustainable.
The financial sector is an enormously powerful and effective force and can be a force for good.
We can all do something. Questioning conventional wisdom, the way things have been done, shouldn't that be doubted?
The recently launched Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative represents trillions of dollars of assets under management. Every founding member has unequivocally committed to the goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. This includes setting individual targets as well as engaging companies in each member's portfolio to set decarbonisation goals in line with the 1.5-degree temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. During 2021, members will set gradual emissions reduction targets for assets under management with the aim of reaching portfolio-wide coverage. Targets will be set in line with the science and the findings of the IPCC and will be delivered through targeted engagement with clients and real economy companies. The Investor Agenda Networks delivering this initiative will aim to communicate a clear roadmap by COP26. We will work collaboratively with our networks and partners, including Race to Zero, and we invite all asset managers to join us in supporting the global economic transition to net zero.
Generation is a pure-play sustainable investment manager established in 2004. We are pleased to be a founding member of the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative. The imperative to achieve the objectives of the Paris Climate Accord and a just transition are at a critical and urgent juncture. The Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative is an important step to achieve the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. But action is required now. The asset management industry must play its part. We urge all asset managers globally to join us. There's no time to waste.
Wellington Management is very pleased to make this commitment. Through our partnership with Woodwell Climate Research Center, we are studying the impact of climate change on companies, economies, and society, and are focused on bridging the gap between climate science and finance. We strongly believe that engagement is the most important mechanism to achieve real-world emissions reductions and ultimately avoid the worst effects of physical climate change. As a large, active manager, we will work with companies to set net zero commitments and ensure accountability for implementation. Our net zero by 2050 ambition reinforces our support for climate risk integration across capital markets, aims to build upon our core strengths as researchers, and recognizes the importance of partnering with our clients to meet this challenge. We look forward to working alongside the other founding members.
Elgin is signing up to the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative, and by doing so, we're committing, in partnership and on behalf of our clients, to invest in alignment with a net zero emissions framework by 2050 or sooner. Our responsible investment strategies are already channeling capital towards low carbon solutions. We commit to accelerate our work with clients to analyse climate risks and opportunities to help them set and meet decarbonisation goals for their portfolios. We invest in many of the world's largest companies. We'll continue to hold them to account on their progress towards net zero through our Climate Impact Pledge, and we'll continue to engage proactively with peers, regulators and governments. We all need to play our part. Elgin will be at the heart of these efforts.
So, let me just tell you that there are now 30 asset managers in this NeroZ Asset Managers Alliance. And when you think that they have total assets under their management of $9 trillion, you can see that this is a very important sector. And their initiative has joined the Race to Zero campaign, and that's a really huge step for the finance sector. And it very much kind of complements and adds to the work of the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, and that was launched last year, and that involves private finance institutions. All right, so now let's hear some more of heads of governments and their commitments, and we're joined by Katrin Jacobs-Dottir, Prime Minister of Iceland. She'll be followed by Dr. Barham Saleh, President of Iraq, and then we have Felix Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and then Zuzana Kaputova, President of the Slovak Republic, and the Honourable Alan Chastanet, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, and then Samdech Aka Moha Sena Pade Techo Hun Sen, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. And then we're going to hear from a couple of speakers from the multilateral development banks, and beginning with Dr. Werner Hoyer, who of course is President of the European Investment Bank, followed by David Malpass, who's president of the World Bank Group, and Kristalina Georgieva, who's MD of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. So let's start with Iceland.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Iceland is here to announce increased ambition in climate mitigation regarding emission cuts, carbon removal, and international climate finance. Iceland's current pledge under the Paris Agreement is cutting emissions by 40% to 2030 compared to 1990, to be achieved as a collective effort of nearly 30 European countries under common rules. Today, I would like to announce that Iceland is willing to increase its level of ambition from the currently pledged 40% emission cuts to 2030 to 55% or more. Our recently updated climate action plan will be strengthened further to reflect this goal. Cutting emissions is not enough. To reach a net zero future, we must also remove carbon from the atmosphere. Iceland sees itself as a front runner in carbon removal. It is a key factor in our goal of reaching carbon neutrality before 2040. We support the ongoing development of an innovative and highly promising carbon capture and storage solution which turns carbon dioxide into minerals in basaltic rock. We have recently significantly increased efforts for nature-based solutions in afforestation, revegetation, and wetland restoration. Today, we announce further government support for such efforts, which should result in carbon removals exceeding non-ETS emissions in 2030 or soon thereafter. Iceland will increase its climate finance commitments in development cooperation by increasing funding to climate-related programs and projects by almost half, or 45%. New and strengthened climate actions will be part of a green recovery after a deep downturn due to COVID-19. Iceland wants to show a good example in fast-forwarding a cleaner future by innovation, ambition, and good practices. Not only it is our duty to our Paris commitments, but more importantly, to ourselves and future generations. Thank you.
السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة الموقرين، أتقدم إليكم باسم جمهورية العراق بأطيب التحايا وأتقدم بجزيل الشكر للسيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، المملكة المتحدة وفرنسا وتشيلي وإيطاليا لدعوة العراق للمشاركة في القمة الافتراضية عن طموح المناخ. فرغم الظروف الصعبة التي مر بها العراق منذ 4 عقود جراء الحروب والنزاعات المتكررة، والتي أدت إلى تعريف البلد على أنه واحد من أكثر البلدان هشاشة للتغييرات المناخية، كما أدت إلى عرقلة التنمية الاقتصادية والصناعية والتكنولوجية، يشرفني أن أعلن أن البرلمان العراقي قد صوت في 22/9/2020 على الانضمام إلى اتفاق باريس للمناخ. وأعلن بهذا عن توجه البلاد إلى الشروع بحقبة جديدة ونقلة نوعية تبنى على التنوع الاقتصادي والمتمثل بدعم الطاقات المتجددة والآليات النظيفة والدخول في أسواق الكربون ورفع صمود تكييف المناطق والمجتمعات الهشة والمعرضة إلى التغييرات المناخية والتقلبات الاقتصادية الحادة. وتدعم مساندة الاستثمار للقطاع الخاص والتركيز على الشباب ودعم دور المرأة في التطور الاقتصادي والعمل المناخي. وكاستجابة سريعة لهذا الانضمام، شرع العراق بكتابة وثيقة المساهمات الوطنية NDC، والتي تعد السياسة العليا لعمل التغييرات المناخية في البلد وتؤسس للاقتصاد الأخضر الساند بين عامي 2020 و 2030. ختاما، أتمنى لكم التوفيق في مسعاكم الكريم ونجاح هذه القمة من أجل زيادة طموح العمل المناخي العالمي والالتزام بتخفيض الانبعاثات والتمويل الدولي بشكل عادل وشفاف. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, je tiens ici à confirmer l'engagement souscrit par mon pays dans l'agenda climatique mondial issu de l'accord de Paris. Conformément à ce dernier, notre plan national stratégique de développement ainsi que les politiques publiques sectorielles sous-jacentes ont intégré au niveau central, provincial et local les préoccupations relatives à l'atténuation et à l'adaptation de manière transversale. S'agissant de la révision de notre contribution déterminée à l'échelle nationale, la CDN, je porte à votre connaissance que nous avons pris en compte les nouveaux secteurs d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre ci-après. Le transport, les déchets ainsi que le retraçage des polluants atmosphériques, en plus de ceux qui étaient initialement identifiés, à savoir agriculture, énergie et forêt. Notre action tient également compte de la préservation des tourbières ainsi que d'autres écosystèmes indispensables à l'équilibre du système climatique mondial. Par ailleurs, nous nous employons à accroître nos capacités de mobilisation des ressources internes de manière à pouvoir assurer la mise en œuvre de notre contribution déterminée à l'échelle nationale. Pour ce faire, nos ambitions actuelles s'évaluent à environ 2% du coût global de sa mise en œuvre. Ces efforts seront maintenus et renforcés pour les revoir à terme à la hausse. Les réformes institutionnelles en cours sont rendues nécessaires dans le domaine ci-après: aménagement du territoire, gestion foncière, gouvernance forestière, assainissement, énergie et transport. À titre d'exemple, la stratégie nationale de réduction des émissions dues à la déforestation et à la dégradation forestière, REDD+, vise à stabiliser, à partir de 2030, notre couvert forestier à 63,5% du territoire national au lieu de 58%. J'ai lancé en 2019 le programme 1 milliard d'arbres à l'horizon 2023 pour restaurer 3 millions d'hectares de forêt et améliorer ainsi les conditions de vie des populations. Je vous remercie.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wealth of scientific knowledge and unprecedented resources at our disposal, and yet we are creating ecological calamity. To change the current trajectory, we need a greater climate ambition. This is not just about another number, nor about soft diplomacy. For Slovakia, it is a firm decision to act. Slovakia has inherited heavy and energy-intensive industry, just as others in our region. For us, climate action means a whole of society transformation. It is an investment in the future generations, an investment we cannot not make. Slovakia is stepping up. We will further reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% until 2030, and will reach national climate neutrality by 2050. Our electricity will be fully decarbonized at the latest by 2030. We will close down coal production by 2023. Our energy mix currently relies on nuclear sources, while we are increasing the share of renewables and decarbonized gases. From next year on, every new house built in Slovakia will have the highest renewable and energy efficiency standards. Per capita, Slovakia is the biggest car producer in the world. Our way forward is innovation. Cleaner mobility through locally developed and produced greener battery solutions will help the decarbonized transport sector, not just in our country, but worldwide. Slovakia will also provide new and additional €2 million to the Green Climate Fund. My fellow leaders, we must act fast and in solidarity. Thank you.
As a fossil fuel-dependent country, St. Lucia's approach to the revision of our NDC has taken a sectoral perspective, which focuses our efforts on the energy sector. While our emissions remain minuscule, realize that this sector, the energy sector, contributes the most to our emissions. Our interventions will give priority to improving our legislation for power generation regulation and ramping up electric vehicle penetration in our government fleet in the first instance. Further, I wish to indicate that we have demonstrated our intentions by aligning our NDC implementation with our national and sectoral adaptation planning procedures, SDG implementation, loss and damage, gender mainstreaming, and by ensuring the voices of our youth are heard. In order to support our efforts to meaningfully implement our NDC, St. Lucia calls on the international community to help us raise ambition by making climate finance available, thereby helping us to realistically deliver by 2030. We cannot continue being stuck in a planning, project preparation, or assessment phase. I implore you to support us in our implementation efforts and at the same time play your part in contributing to the global emissions reduction. We look forward to the advancement of the deliberations on the transparency and Article 6 components of the Paris Agreement, as these will provide greater clarity for NDC implementation for parties and contribute to enhanced support for adaptation.
Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, we all agree that climate change is real. Many countries have been impacted directly, including Cambodia, that has just recently experienced flooding. Although Cambodia has less greenhouse gas emissions at the global level, we are highly committed to combating climate change according to our capacity and available resources. In our nationally determined contributions update, which will be submitted to the UNFCCC Secretariat at the end of this year, Cambodia has incorporated new and specific targets aimed to reducing greenhouse gas by 38.9 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, including sectors such as forestry, waste and agriculture, or equal to 18% reduction compared to business as usual scenario by 2030. This new target also includes 25% electricity generation from renewable energy in the energy mix by 2030. In parallel, climate change is a cross-cutting issue that needs to be addressed through a comprehensive solution package, balancing between social, economic, and environmental dimensions. In fact, addressing the challenges stemming from climate change effectively will significantly contribute to sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development in the future. In this regard, climate change is our common challenge that each country must take concerted action and fulfill the obligations agreed in the existing strategic action plans, mechanisms, and agreements. As a country with high responsibility to minimize the impacts of climate change, Cambodia is committed to formulating a long-term strategy in 2021 to achieve carbon neutrality. To ensure successful implementation of this long-term strategy, Cambodia would like to appeal to all developed countries to fulfill the promised obligations, both in providing financial supports and technology transfers. Thank you.
Dear friends, as we eye the end of this terrible pandemic, I'm convinced this is a defining moment for our fight against climate change and environmental degradation and for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. At the EU Bank, we have taken Europe's decarbonization objectives as our guidance for the critical years ahead in our Climate Bank roadmap. This is why the European Investment Bank has decided to put climate in everything we do. We have stopped financing fossil fuel energy, including natural gas, and we will be the first multilateral development bank to be fully Paris aligned by the end of this year. And to boost investment in climate, the environment, and clean technology, 50% of our investment will be in climate and environment by 2025. And we aim to mobilize investment in this field by over $1.2 trillion by 2030. We have surpassed our climate commitment so far, but operationalizing net zero requires a giant leap for everybody. We stand ready to partner globally. Together, we will work to ensure the scale and the solidarity needed to accelerate the green transition and progress towards the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Climate change, poverty, and inequality are defining issues of our age. Increasingly, they work hand in hand. The global poor often suffer the most from climate events, including flooding, droughts, and food insecurity. There's a deep unfairness to this. The poor generally emit less in greenhouse gases and yet are impacted the most by climate change. The World Bank Group is the biggest multilateral funder of climate investments in developing countries. We've made $83 billion in climate-related investments over the last 5 years. That's 26% of group commitments. Last year saw the largest climate investments in our history. Over the next 5 years, we intend to go further, targeting 35% climate co-benefits on average across the World Bank Group. We will also work to encourage and monitor reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. For IBRD and IDA, we will seek to ensure that 50% of this climate finance supports adaptation and resilience. We will support Paris alignment by helping developing countries through our programs to achieve their NDCs in their reliance on coal and transition to lower carbon, climate resilient economies. In our COVID response, we're targeting $160 billion of investment and policy financing that will help support a green, inclusive, and resilient recovery. It's very clear we cannot succeed in helping countries reduce poverty without rising to the challenges of climate change.
We all know it. The climate crisis is a defining challenge for us and for generations to come. And next year is critical for action. Unmitigated warming could cost 10 to 25% of global GDP by the end of the century, with the most vulnerable countries hardest hit. Actions to underpin the transition to the new climate economy not only mitigate this risk, they offer tremendous opportunities for jobs and sustainable growth. The right policies can pave a road towards net zero emissions by 2050 and do so by boosting global GDP. A combination of carbon prices, a near-term green investment push, and policies to compensate affected people and parts of the economy could achieve emission reductions and increase climate resilience while delivering about 0.7% higher GDP over 15 years. The recovery from the COVID-induced crisis can also help accelerate these changes. With low interest rates and ample spare capacity, a global green investment push would be highly beneficial. And if countries act together, with the same spending, they will boost GDP by up to 2/3 more than if they act alone. We also must harness the firepower of the financial sector, and this means both disclosure of climate-related financial risks and policies that nurture green finance. You have IMF's unwavering commitment to support, with all we do, our 190 members to transition to the new climate economy. We have no time to waste. Thank you.
So, Kristalina Georgieva, MD of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, ending that clutch of contributions. And it was good to hear about the commitments from the multilateral development banks, the MDBs, on the new climate economy and the transition to that. So now we have another round of heads of governments who want to make known their commitments on this climate change agenda, the Climate Ambition Summit. We have now Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Netherlands, followed by David Cabour, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, Juan Orlando Hernandez, President of Honduras. And then we have Do Aung San Suu Kyi, State Councillor of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, Michael Martin Taoiseach of Ireland, and then Lenin Moreno Garcés, President of Ecuador. So we start with the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 5 years since the Paris Agreement was signed, and the need for climate action has only become more urgent. There's no time to lose. That's why the Netherlands was one of the first countries to embrace the goal of a climate-neutral EU by 2050. This means making our energy supply 100% carbon neutral. And that's why we want to create more scope for offshore wind farms in the North Sea. And that's not all. We are rolling out infrastructure that will make charging your car as easy as charging your phone. And we aim for all new cars to be zero emission by 2030. And recently, we set out a strategy for making our basic industries climate neutral by 2050. The Netherlands is also acutely aware of the importance of climate adaptation. So we are proud to be hosting the Climate Adaptation Summit on the 25th and the 26th of January 2021. The first ever dedicated platform of global leaders aimed at accelerating adaptation and resilience. The Climate Adaptation Summit 2021 will see the launch of an adaptation action agenda, a roadmap to 2030 identifying several milestones, including COP26, and concrete activities and results to accelerate adaptation action around the world. Finally, the Dutch financial sector has committed itself to bring its entire portfolio, worth more than 3 trillion euros, in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Incidentally, one of the main instruments used by the financial sector to measure its climate impact is the PCAF approach, which was developed by Dutch financial institutions. There is so much more that I could tell you, but it is time now to turn our words into action. Thank you.
My country is known as one of the most vulnerable in the world. As a low-lying atoll nation, the Marshall Islands is a country made up entirely of coastlines, exposed to the ocean each way that you turn. But though our territory may be vulnerable, I know that my countrymen and women are not. The seas of history have not always been smooth for our atoll nation. Our communities have withstood colonialism, displacement, and war. They have faced more than a decade of devastating nuclear tests, whose effects we continue to live with today. From our earliest history, my people have built a nation on atolls and islands spread across 750,000 square miles of ocean, but bound by an identity that is strong, compassionate, and resilient. Drawing on the strengths imbued by our history and our heritage, we will complete an adaptation communique this year and deliver our national adaptation plan next year ahead of COP26. This plan will be driven by an unrelenting commitment to self-determination. At its heart will be the preservation of human rights, gender equality, and our sovereignty. We will look the best that science and our own traditional knowledge has to offer and develop the plan in close coordination with our local communities. This is a plan for our collective survival, and we will develop it together. We will not look inwards, but also continue to lead internationally. As we celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we also celebrate the genesis of the High Ambition Coalition, which we are proud to lead. Last month, the Hague launched a statement on resilient recovery, that sets the bar for what a green and sustainable recovery can be. I welcome the support and leadership of the 9 other countries that have signed the statement with RMI. And I urge those that have not yet done so, particularly major emitters, to sign on now and show their commitment to a recovery that is lasting, sustainable, and that leaves no one behind. We have faced fierce headwinds before. The ones ahead may be greater still, but I am emboldened by my faith that together, with compassion and commitment, we can all emerge from the present storm transformed. There are, after all, no better navigators in the world than the Marshallese people.
Nuestro país se encuentra en una zona de alto riesgo a los efectos del cambio climático. Y este pasado mes de noviembre hemos sufrido las consecuencias de 2 devastadores huracanes. 2 huracanes el mismo mes. La zona más productiva del país, la parte agrícola e industrial, aún se encuentra inundada. Aún no bajan las aguas y todavía hay familias que esperan ser rescatadas y miles en albergues que necesitan ser reubicados. Hoy sabemos que casi 4 millones de personas, es decir, casi el 50% de la población de Honduras, ha sido afectada por la devastación de estos fenómenos. Esta es la factura que estamos pagando países como Honduras, al que su población ha sido gravemente afectada y su infraestructura productiva devastada. Porque si no contamos con el apoyo de la comunidad internacional, todo el trabajo que hemos venido logrando para reconstruir durante los últimos 22 años, después de la última grave tragedia que dejó el huracán Mitch, será muy difícil, por no decir imposible. Nuestro país está a punto de caer en la quiebra. Pese a la gravedad de la situación, no hemos perdido la esperanza y el optimismo. Estamos trabajando en un plan de reconstrucción con la participación de diferentes sectores de la sociedad hondureña y de la comunidad internacional. Hemos trabajado para atender las 3 graves crisis externas que nos han afectado este año. Situación que nunca en la historia le había ocurrido a Honduras. Hacemos nuevamente un llamado para la acción de los fondos verdes para el clima. Es urgente, es un tema que no puede esperar, para lo cual solicitamos acciones rápidas y sin burocracia. Honduras es ya una víctima de la gravedad del cambio climático, que no tiene visos de mejorar. Por el contrario, va empeorando. Por lo que la solidaridad de los amigos y del mundo entero será muy necesaria, así como la responsabilidad de quienes han firmado los acuerdos sobre el cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
Excellencies, as we speak today, the world is struggling with the unprecedented challenge of a global health crisis. Another, even more ominous crisis we shall have to manage is the climate crisis, which could threaten the very survival of mankind. To avert this crisis, the world must come together urgently to take effective steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and expand carbon sinks in line with the Paris Agreement. Despite our low level of industrialization, Myanmar is one of the countries most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to reassure you that we are committed to take concrete actions in 3 areas. First, Myanmar will submit its nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC by the end of this year. The NDC will reflect Myanmar's aspiration to reduce over 243 million tons of CO2 by increasing the share of renewable energy to 39% and reduce and 5.2 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent in the energy sector, and 123.6 million TCO2e in the forestry subsection. Myanmar's National Adaptation Plan for Climate Change is projected to be completed by 2024. Second, under the Green Recovery Scenario, Myanmar is taking concrete steps to expand carbon sinks. The Myanmar Reforestation and Rehabilitation Program 2017 to 2027 aims to conserve 0.59 million hectares of reserved forest and to engage in the management of 0.25 million hectares of plantations in public and private land. Our goals are set to increase the protected area systems to cover 10% of the total national land by 2030. Third, Myanmar has set the targets for the improvement of energy efficiency to 7.8% in the residential sector, 6.6% in the industrial sector, 4% in the commercial sector, and 1.36% in other sectors to be reached by 2030. In addition, a total of 5.1 million of fuel-efficient stoves will be distributed across the country to achieve a cumulative emission reduction of approximately 5.99 million TCO2e during the years 2021 to 2030. May I conclude by reaffirming our commitment to work together with all our partners to realize the global ambition. Thank you.
In 2020, Ireland has taken important steps towards a more sustainable and resilient future and meeting the Paris goals. We will more than halve our carbon emissions this decade, with an average 7% per annum reduction in overall greenhouse gas emissions. We are turning our ambition into law. By 2050, Ireland will achieve a climate-neutral economy, and that target is currently being enshrined in legislation. Our Climate Action Bill provides a framework to guide our future climate action plans and policies. It introduces a legal requirement for economy-wide carbon budgets with emissions ceilings for each sector. Parliament and our Independent Climate Change Advisory Council will play an important role in ensuring accountability. Our Climate Action Plan will be reviewed annually, and national long-term climate strategies will be prepared every 5 years. We will support projects and initiatives that reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, foster innovation, ensure climate justice is achieved, and a just transition is delivered. We're also rolling out new and innovative ways of financing public and private climate action initiatives. Sustainable finance, of course, remains a strategic priority. This is a global challenge in which solidarity is vital. Supporting climate action, in particular adaptation, in least developed countries and small island developing states is a key priority for Ireland. We must reach the furthest behind first, especially those disproportionately affected and least equipped to cope. From January, Ireland will work as a member of the UN Security Council to champion ways in which climate action can contribute to sustaining peace. We will scale up our financial contributions, at least doubling the percentage of official development assistance spending on climate finance by 2030. The situation is urgent. As leaders, our responsibility is large. This year, we have shown what we can do together in confronting a pandemic. The time has come to bring the same energy and focus to addressing the climate crisis. Thank you.
Estimados colegas presidentes, Ecuador está profundamente comprometido con la implementación del Acuerdo de París. Es nuestra responsabilidad garantizar la soberanía alimentaria e hídrica y, sobre todo, el derecho de todos a vivir en un ambiente ecológicamente equilibrado. El objetivo de este gobierno, desde el primer día, ha sido alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y erradicar la pobreza. Por ello, en el 2019 presentamos la primera contribución determinada que fue elevada a política pública y acumula una serie de acciones inmediatas que son de obligatorio cumplimiento. Esta política incluye, entre otros temas, enfoque de género, atención a grupos vulnerables y participación de sectores relevantes. Paralelamente, estamos construyendo el Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, que promueve la información y la integración en la planificación y acción a todo nivel de gobierno. Como siempre ocurre, obviamente la disponibilidad de recursos es un problema para países como Ecuador. Por eso trabajamos en un plan de financiamiento que facilite la movilización de recursos y que incorpore la variable climática en la gestión macroeconómica. De igual manera, empezaremos a elaborar el Plan de Descarbonización 2050 que exige cambios tecnológicos, socioeconómicos y ambientales. Debo resaltar que Ecuador es de los primeros países en implementar el mecanismo de reducción de emisiones causadas por la deforestación y su enfoque de no mercado. Estimados colegas, no podemos ignorar que el éxito de estos esfuerzos demanda la articulación entre lo público y privado, la academia y la sociedad civil, y por supuesto, sin duda alguna, de la cooperación tan necesaria, la cooperación internacional y del sistema de Naciones Unidas. Al despedirme, ratifico el compromiso de mi país para dejar como legado a las próximas generaciones un planeta limpio, de plena armonía entre civilización y naturaleza. Juntos podemos sembrar ese futuro, en el que nuestros hijos y nietos vivirán sanos, vivirán felices. Unamos entonces esfuerzos para ese mejor mañana y hagámoslo hoy. Muchas gracias.
So the president of Ecuador there ending that little section, and he was talking there about his country's national climate change adaptation plans and how these are very much underpinned by a national climate finance strategy. So now we move on to another contributor, and this is somebody who is very, very involved in this world of climate change. And Cristiana Figueres, of course, as some of you may remember, was the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and has been very, very central to discussions. But before that, we want to show you another of our short films. And this one focuses on the role of nature in reducing emissions. And by the way, nature is one of the key priorities for COP26. And if you go to the on-demand section of our website, you will see a range of videos showing how governments and non-state actors are really working together to address both climate change and nature loss. And, you know, Antonio Guterres has recently made a speech talking about how humanity is waging war on nature. So a very, very important aspect of this nature loss, but also what nature can do and is doing and what it could do better if we implement our actions, so plans. So let's now hear from Christina, but first we show you the film. Thank you.
So if we really want to stop climate change, what we need to understand is just how the world works. How do these ecosystems capture and store carbon? And how much potential is there for extra carbon capture if we restore them to full effect? The difficult thing about restoring is that you need to understand the ecosystem. So you can't just plant any trees anywhere. You need to know that those types of trees can grow in those types of soils. And then when you have that understanding, you can be really effective.
Right now, we are doing the best that we can do to restore the peatland ecosystem. We plant the trees in the area that has been burned for over 2 decades. We are not powerless. We want to show the world what can be done.
Blue carbon refers to carbon that is captured and stored by the oceans. There's the seagrass meadows, the tidal marshes and the mangrove forests. And these ecosystems occupy less than 1% of the sea floor, yet they sequester more than half the ocean's carbon.
Dear friends, we have entered into the most decisive decade in the history of humankind. Now that may sound like an exaggeration, but it is not. It is over the next 10 years, minus 11 months, in the decade of the 20s that we must be able to cut our global greenhouse gas emissions in 1/2, 50% reduction by 2030. If we're able to do that, we open the door to a world that not only avoids the worst of the climate disasters, but actually builds a world that is much better than the world that we have now. It is only us alive right now at so many decision tables that can actually make a difference. After 2030, it will be too late. Luckily, we have had a pretty good start to this decade with company after company taking on the commitments of net zero by 2050 or before, and governments after governments taking on also their net zero commitments by 2050 or before. We can do this. We must stand up to this challenge and prove that we have the ingenuity, the courage, and the determination to be able to stand up to the challenge and show that we are responsible stewards of this planet and of future generations.
Christiana Figueres there. And don't forget, you can join our conversations on your social media channels using the hashtag Climate Action. All right, now more heads of government. We're going to hear from Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, followed by Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan. And then we have Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of Panama, and then Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba. And then Luis Lachelle Powell, President of Uruguay, and the Honorable Pravind Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius. So we go to Ukraine first.
Your Excellencies, thank you for today's important event, which unites the efforts of global leaders who are coming together in the fight against climate change. This year, Ukraine has felt the sharp impact of climate change. In a number of regions, long-lasting drought has killed off many of our crops. In the east, we have witnessed the most dramatic forest wildfires in recent decades. Meanwhile, in the west of Ukraine, we have experienced severe destructive floods. While we expect mankind to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic in the coming years, the problems arising from climate change require more time and even more sustained collaborative efforts among nations. Ukraine is firmly adhering to its obligation concerning the effective implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and international climate agreement. As we prepare for the conference of the parties to the Paris Agreement in Glasgow, we are working through our second nationally determined contribution. We are currently performing pre-calculation based on existing and additional policy. On that basis, we are aiming for the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions of between 36 and 42% by 2030, compared with the 1990 baseline. Ukraine aims to align its climate policy and legislation with the European Green Deal, in particular in such areas as energy efficiency, hydrogen, and renewable energy development, fair transformation of the coal sector, and building a national emission trading system. Achieving carbon neutrality is a long-term goal for Ukraine. We will make every effort to shorten the time it will take to achieve this goal. We have started preparing the framework strategy for adaptation to climate change in Ukraine until 2030, which will coordinate the work of authorities at national and local levels. Ukraine is and will continue to be one of the most active and responsible participants in the global fight against climate change and environmental protection. Thank you.
As a landlocked and a developing state, Kazakhstan is highly vulnerable to climate change. In the last 30 years, we have come far in terms of our development. However, our economy still relies on fossil fuels. Therefore, we have no choice but to face the twin challenges of refocusing our economy away from fossil fuels and tackling climate change simultaneously. In that spirit, we pledge to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. To reach this goal, Kazakhstan will develop and adopt an ambitious long-term development strategy to lower emissions and decarbonize our economy. We are also embracing nature-based solutions for both mitigation and adaptation. About half of emissions worldwide from the land sector come from deforestation and forest degradation. Therefore, in the next 5 years, we'll plant 2 billion trees to increase carbon absorption and restrain looming desertification as a result of climate change. On adaptation, we face a pressing need to strengthen the national adaptation capacity. For this reason, we are making climate change adaptation a legal norm in the new environmental code for sectoral and regional policy planning. It will reduce climate exposure and risks, as well as prevent unnecessary damage and loss. As a country that has already launched its national emissions trading scheme, we also hope that an agreement can be found at COP26 next year on the outstanding issues of the Paris Climate Package. This will help fully unlock the potential for joint action and increased cross-national cooperation, greenhouse gases mitigation. In closing, I would like to express appreciation for the strong leadership of Secretary General Gutierrez on the climate imperative. Thank you.
Les saludo en nombre del pueblo panameño. Nuestro país, como el resto del mundo, tiene por delante la enorme tarea de recuperación tras los efectos negativos de la pandemia COVID-19. Esa circunstancia, sin embargo, puede ser una oportunidad para integrar el enfoque climático a las estrategias y acciones de recuperación y afianzar las bases de una economía orientada a la sostenibilidad. En Panamá, estamos creando las condiciones de un mercado para la fijación de precios al carbono a través del Programa Nacional Reduce tu Huella, que facilitará la recuperación verde y alcanzar la neutralidad de carbono al 2050. En las operaciones del Canal de Panamá, fijamos un cargo por agua dulce como parte de las prácticas de conservación de agua para la sostenibilidad de esta importante vía interoceánica. Nuestro país está comprometido en la creación de 5 planes sectoriales de cambio climático. Ellos son gestión de cuencas hidrográficas, infraestructura, salud, transición energética y sector agropecuario. Asimismo, estamos introduciendo guía de cambio climático para biodiversidad, bosques, sistemas marinos costeros, asentamientos humanos y economía circular al 2025. Una plataforma nacional de transparencia climática permitirá la gestión y monitoreo de los riesgos climáticos en todos los niveles de la sociedad, la cual contribuirá a la estabilidad social y económica del país. Hago un llamado a la voluntad de las naciones para lograr una alianza de las Américas para la transparencia climática que nos permite impulsar acuerdos y mecanismos para compartir datos climáticos. Es sensato ambicionar un planeta más seguro y sostenible. Somos tal vez la última generación que tiene una real oportunidad de conseguirlo. Y lo que hagamos hoy definirá nuestro éxito o fracaso colectivo. Actuemos en consecuencia. Muchas gracias.
Excelencias, hace 28 años, en un discurso breve y memorable, el comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz encendió las alarmas sobre el más grave riesgo para la especie humana. El reconocimiento global al cambio climático demoró años en llegar y aún es parcial, incompleto y distante de las acciones urgentes y articuladas que el problema demanda. Cuba no se detuvo. Nuestro plan de Estado para el enfrentamiento al cambio climático, con metas nacionales y compromisos internacionales, involucra a todos los sectores de la economía y la sociedad en acciones de adaptación y mitigación. En septiembre pasado presentamos la actualización de la contribución nacionalmente determinada de Cuba ante la Convención Marco de la Organización de Naciones Unidas sobre el tema, con compromisos mucho más ambiciosos. Nos trazamos 13 metas de adaptación, línea priorizada por nuestra condición de pequeño Estado insular en desarrollo, y 5 metas de mitigación dirigidas fundamentalmente a la agricultura y la energía, que generan más del 90% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en nuestro archipiélago. El compromiso es alcanzar para el 2030 una matriz energética con un 24% de la generación eléctrica a partir de fuentes renovables, reducir al 50% el uso de combustibles fósiles en vehículos terrestres y aumentar la cobertura boscosa hasta un 33%. Los objetivos propuestos y los avances logrados, a pesar de las serias limitaciones que nos impone el bloqueo del gobierno de los Estados Unidos, recrudecido en años y meses recientes a niveles extremos, confirman la firme voluntad de Cuba en este crucial tema. Pero es preciso insistir en que los patrones de producción y consumo del capitalismo son irracionales e insostenibles. Es hora de que los países desarrollados asuman un liderazgo solidario en la reducción de emisiones y en la provisión de los medios de implementación necesarios a los países en desarrollo, de conformidad con el principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas. El cambio climático y la crisis provocada por la COVID-19 nos están pidiendo a gritos fomentar la cooperación y la solidaridad internacional. No sigamos comprometiendo la supervivencia humana con irracionales egoísmos. Todos estamos amenazados. Muchas gracias.
Uruguay considera que la acción climática debe ser ambiciosa y tener un enfoque social basado en derechos humanos con equidad de género e intergeneracional y que permita una transformación productiva sostenible que genere nuevas cadenas de valor, nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y empleo de calidad y que tenga además un enfoque de transición justa que no deje a nadie atrás. Este es el enfoque de nuestra política nacional de cambio climático y nuestra contribución determinada a nivel nacional. Esta fue presentada en 2017 y procura reducir en un 50% la intensidad de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero a 2025. Y ello obviamente implica una revisión y aumento de ambición al respecto de nuestra contribución tentativa que fuera presentada en el 2015. Continuando con el compromiso de Uruguay respecto a la acción climática, quiere destacar, en primer lugar, Uruguay se ha comprometido a avanzar hacia la neutralidad de dióxido de carbono hacia el 2050. A mediados de este año, el Sistema Nacional de Respuesta al Cambio Climático lanzó oficialmente el proceso de elaboración de nuestra estrategia climática a largo plazo para un desarrollo con bajas emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y con el objetivo de aumentar la capacidad de adaptación y resiliencia al clima, de un modo que no comprometa la producción de alimentos. En segundo lugar, nuestro país presentará a la Convención entre 2020 y 2021 2 planes nacionales de adaptación al cambio climático, que se suman al Plan Nacional de Adaptación para el Sector Agropecuario, ya presentado en 2019. Se trata, por un lado, el Plan de Adaptación en costas y, por otro lado, el de adaptación en ciudades e infraestructuras. A través de estos compromisos concretos y tangibles, Uruguay contribuye a la meta global de adaptación, estipulada en el Acuerdo de París, de incrementar la capacidad de adaptación y fortalecer la resiliencia y reducir la vulnerabilidad. Por último, quiero destacar el compromiso de Uruguay en considerar el cambio climático en la política económica y fiscal, inversión sostenible y financiamiento. Nuestro país seguirá trabajando en materia ambiental, manifestando de esta manera nuestro apoyo al Acuerdo de París en materia de cambio climático y nuestro compromiso firme con los objetivos trazados en esta materia. Muchas gracias.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, I am pleased to share the following strategic measures initiated by the government of Mauritius, aimed at limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. First, in accordance with the Draft Master Plan on Environment for the period 2020 to 2030, the long-term objective of Mauritius, envisaged in its nationally determined contribution revision process, is to achieve the status of a low-emission economy, while aiming at carbon neutrality by 2070. Second, the climate change bill adopted last month sets out the framework for enhancing resilience and accelerating mitigation measures on our pathway to carbon neutrality. Third, an amount of $50 million has been earmarked to fund various adaptation and mitigation projects for the period July 2020 to June 2021. Fourth, 10 kilometers of eroded beaches at 16 critical sites will be rehabilitated during the period 2020 to 2024. Fifth, by 2030, 40% of our national energy requirement should come from renewable sources. Sixth, 12,000 climate resilient and ecologically sustainable housing units will be constructed over the next 3 years. And seventh, a low-carbon electric public transport program has been initiated with the introduction of the light rail transit system in October 2019. With these measures, Mauritius hopes to contribute to a greener, more resilient, and sustainable path for our future. Thank you.
So Prime Minister Jugnauth there of Mauritius with his pledge to make his country carbon neutral by 2070. Now we're going to move to transport because, of course, transport in the world's major cities and states is a very, very critical part of how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and, of course, also the airline industry. So we're going to dedicate this segment to transport, and we're going to hear from Renato Franklin, CEO of Movida Rent-A-Car, and that's one of many South American businesses to have joined the Race to Zero, and that's part of the largest coalition of organizations that's committed to net zero by 2050 at the latest. And that campaign, by the way, is now growing to more than 2,500 members, including companies, investors, cities, regions, and universities. So really big alliance. And then we're also going to hear from Luis Gallego, who's Chief Executive of International Airlines Group. But before that, we're going to have this WWF video, which is going to look at the way we can transform our systems of transport in the world's major cities.
The electrification of the entire bus fleet in Shenzhen is unprecedented.
We're very proud of the fact that Shenzhen Bus is doing our small part in reducing CO2 emissions to the world. For passengers waiting at the bus stop, they don't feel the heat coming from the engine, they don't smell the fume coming from the bus, and they don't also get the noise pollution from the old diesel buses.
Dear all, thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Renato Franklin from Brazil, CEO at Movida Rent-A-Car. Our long-term vision is based on our purpose, which has 3 pillars: a better planet with environmental and social responsibility, a better mobility, more inclusive and with better experience, and a better company, diverse, inclusive, efficient, and profitable. Movida's climate goal is carbon net zero at 2030 and carbon positive at 2040. We support global initiatives such as business ambitions for 1.5 degrees, the science-based targets, and the 500+ B Corp carbon net zero 2030. We are aligned with the global commitments and the UN Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. We know that this is the decade for action, 2020 to 2030. Considering all of these, our climate change strategy, in line with Paris Agreement, has 3 pillars. The first one is mitigation, using renewable fuel and electric cars. The second one is compensation. We neutralize ours and our clients' emissions. Now we are planting 1 million trees with the NGO Black Jaguar Foundation at Araguaias Corridor. We are generating up to 40,000 jobs and generating taxes for 112 cities. The third pillar is adaptation, climate risks using TCFD methodology. Recognitions as B Corp certification shows that we are in the right direction, but we know that there is much more to be done. We must do for our planet and our families, but we must do for our companies too. It's the only way to bring good people to the company, good clients, and good shareholders. Thank you very much.
Sustainability has been critical to IAG since the group's creation 10 years ago. For a decade, we have been leading aviation's efforts to reduce its carbon footprint. In 2019, we became the first airline group worldwide to commit to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. This year, oneworld became the first global airline alliance to commit to this important target. We actively supported oneworld in making this commitment, which involved 13 airlines representing 20% of global aviation. IAG was also an aviation pioneer in signing the Climate Ambition Alliance, and we are investing $400 million in sustainable aviation fuel in the next 20 years. This demonstrates our leadership in this area. Despite the current crisis, we believe that it's absolutely critical that our industry plays its full part in addressing climate change. Our actions show how seriously we are taking our commitment. We will not back down from our ambition to lead aviation effort to reduce net carbon emissions.
So Luis Gallego from the International Airlines Group. Now we have half a dozen government leaders: Milo Đukanović, President of Montenegro; Alejandro Eduardo Giammattei Falla, President of Guatemala; Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister and Minister of State of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg; Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe; Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia; and Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. So we kick off with Montenegro.
Five years after the Paris Climate Agreement,
we are faced with a challenge that yet again emphasizes that the only possible response lies in efficient multilateralism, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Post-pandemic recovery requires development of a greener, more resilient, and more sustainable world. Meeting the obligations from the climate agreement has become a condition without which it will not be possible. And without raising our national ambitions, we will not be able to achieve the Paris targets. That is why I warmly welcome the initiative to organize today's Leaders' Summit. Montenegro's share in global emissions is only 0.009%. In spite of that, setting its nationally determined contribution in 2015, Montenegro committed to ensure minimum 30% emission reduction by 2030. Montenegro has already achieved that goal thanks to efficient measures focused on industrial technology improvements, increasing the share of energy from renewable sources, and energy efficiency measures. Further rise in the level of our climate ambition has to be based on complex structural changes in all key sectors with a high projected investment level. In its updated nationally determined contribution, Montenegro sets a new target value, 35% emission reduction by 2030 without land use in agriculture and forestry, which is a reduction of emissions by 2,117 kilotons. Our estimates show that by further improvements, the targeted level can be increased to 39%. Certainty in this sense, in parallel with further progress in the EU integration process, will provide some room for Montenegro to update its national targets further in the period by 2025. Development of the National Energy and Climate Plan, National Adaptation Plan, and Strategy for Low Carbon Development will provide more reliable forecasts of Montenegro's capabilities in the context of EU efforts to increase its emission reduction target from 40 to 55% in the following 10 years. Montenegro remains determined to seek for optimum responses to climate change and responsible in the implementation of the set targets.
Guatemala, por su ubicación geográfica, es uno de los países más vulnerables a los efectos del cambio climático a nivel mundial y a la presencia de eventos extremos que obligatoriamente afectan la producción agrícola, la salud de las personas, incrementa la migración y produce pérdidas en cultivos, en viviendas y en seres humanos. Como representante del Estado de Guatemala, me permito en este día exponer nuestros compromisos climáticos, demostrando que nuestra resiliencia en el contexto de la pandemia COVID-19 y el paso de los huracanes en menos de 2 semanas, ETA y IOTA, además de haber recibido meses antes a las depresiones tropicales Amanda y Cristóbal, nos ha reconfigurado y brindado oportunidades para una recuperación socioeconómica hacia un desarrollo sostenible. Guatemala cree en la necesidad del trabajo colaborativo basado en un acuerdo global que reconozca el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, en donde el liderazgo de países desarrollados, quienes poseen recursos y la capacidad de cooperar, sean quienes movilicen financiamiento verde hacia los países en vías de desarrollo. En ese sentido, Guatemala ratifica su compromiso para implementar la recientemente lanzada Estrategia Nacional de Largo Plazo sobre el desarrollo con bajas emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, la cual permitirá un desarrollo económico eficiente, incluyente, pero sobre todo participativo. Contamos con un fuerte compromiso en acción climática que se refleja en metas actualizadas que permiten contribuir nacionalmente en reducir las emisiones enfocadas a un sector energético cuyas acciones se basarán en fuentes renovables, a un sector agropecuario basado en el principio de adaptación al cambio climático y bajo esquema de cobertura financiera de riesgos climáticos, a zonas marino-costeras con áreas estratégicas protegidas y bajo infraestructura que incentive el turismo y las actividades de pesca artesanal, entre otros. Es necesario crear las sinergias entre las agendas del clima y el desarrollo sostenible, la planificación a largo plazo y una recuperación encaminada a fortalecer el trabajo en conjunto de los países de la región centroamericana. Guatemala está consciente de la necesidad de transformar los diferentes sectores de la economía nacional en todos los niveles, con la visión de impulsar estrategias ambientales de largo plazo. Nuestro compromiso es reducir los efectos del cambio climático y la colaboración internacional es necesaria. Muchísimas gracias.
Chers collègues, chers amis, 5 ans après notre fructueuse rencontre à Paris, nous sommes arrivés à un carrefour déterminant. Le dérèglement climatique est irréfutable. Et la science nous dit que les 10 prochaines années seront cruciales pour notre action climatique. Je salue vivement la convocation de ce sommet, au cours duquel je souhaite annoncer 3 engagements fermes de mon pays, le Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Tout d'abord, le Parlement luxembourgeois vote une nouvelle loi climat qui prévoit des objectifs particulièrement ambitieux. D'une part, atteindre la neutralité climatique d'ici 2050 au plus tard, et d'autre part, réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 55% d'ici 2030. Le Luxembourg devient ainsi un des premiers pays à avoir ancré ces objectifs dans une législation nationale. Tout comme nous avons été le premier pays au monde à rendre le transport public sur l'ensemble de son territoire gratuit depuis le 1er mars de cette année. Mon deuxième engagement, également ancré dans cette loi, consiste à mettre en place une gouvernance climatique inclusive, associant tous les acteurs et toutes les parties prenantes. Ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous serons en mesure d'assurer les transformations nécessaires de nos modes de production ainsi que nos modes de consommation. C'est ce que notre société civile et notre jeunesse attendent aussi de nous. Troisièmement, un engagement de solidarité. Mon gouvernement a décidé de doubler les ressources pour soutenir les efforts des pays en développement en allouant une enveloppe de 200 millions d'euros sur 5 ans. Ces moyens financiers sont additionnels à l'aide publique au développement, à laquelle le Luxembourg continuera de consacrer 1% de son revenu national brut. Enfin, le volontarisme déployé par le gouvernement a permis au Grand-Duché de Luxembourg de devenir un leader mondial et de renommée mondiale de la finance climatique et durable pour réorienter les flux financiers vers un développement à faible émission de gaz à effet de serre et mobiliser des moyens encore supplémentaires qui sont indispensables en provenance du secteur privé. Merci.
Zimbabwe has given itself an ambitious target of greening its economy by 2030. Our national development strategy, which will run from 2021 to 2025, has mainstreamed climate change adaptation in all sectors. Zimbabwe has also crafted its long-term low-emission development strategy, which provides a range of costed climate change mitigation options that Zimbabwe can undertake to contribute to the global goal of limiting the temperature increase to less than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. These initiatives include the US $2.6 billion Batoka hydropower project, a joint venture with Zambia, the US $13.2 million City of Harare biogas plant, and the US $250.8 million off-grid solar electrification program. When fully financed and implemented, our long-term low-emission development strategy will, by 2030, result in a 40% reduction in Zimbabwe's current greenhouse gas emissions. Zimbabwe's access to the US $3 million grant from the Green Climate Fund has been instrumental in our efforts to develop our national adaptation plan, the key to our addressing the impact of climate change. My government has also mobilized its own resources for this process. Excellencies, the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement call for developed countries to provide adequate means of implementation for climate change programs in developing countries. I therefore urge our partners to contribute more to the Green Climate and Adaptation Funds and to double their bilateral support towards enhancing climate action in developing countries in line with their international commitments.
Secretary General, Excellencies, I'm honored that at the 5th anniversary of Paris Agreement, I can share with you that Republic of Serbia developed its long-term low-carbon development strategy with action plan, targeting greenhouse gases emission reduction till 2030 and 2050, and we are ready to increase our ambition by more than 3 times until 2030, in line with our revised nationally determined contribution. Expressed in numbers, 13.2% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2010 and 33.3% compared to 1990. We will publish this through NDC before COP26. Conditionally, with additional support, we can increase our ambition by almost more than 5 times. In order to achieve this goal, we are committed to continue our efforts to improve energy efficiency and use larger shares of renewable energy sources in electricity generation, industry, household heating, and transport. The dynamics of the realization of the aforementioned goals is defined by our draft low-carbon development strategy with the action plan and the future integrated national energy and climate plan intended to be adopted soon. In long term, by 2050, Serbia will be a low-carbon society with a competitive and resource-efficient economy which provides citizens new, green jobs and a quality life in a climate-resilient society. We have a huge task ahead of us and we have to aim high, despite the challenges of the pandemic. By implementing the law on climate change, we will ensure energy security and resource efficiency, increase competitiveness and economic green growth while reducing vulnerability to climate change and ensuring social development and protecting the environment. All mentioned measures will also improve air quality, and through this, there will be even greater positive impact on human health. Long-term costs of not taking any actions in the field of climate change are €53 billion, higher than the costs of implementing the strategy. Besides this, loss and damage due to climate change exceeds €5 billion from 2000. Climate extremes projected to intensify. This is why we incorporated adaptation into our NDC and are working on our national adaptation plan.
Monsieur le secrétaire général, Excellences, les difficultés actuelles provoquées par la pandémie ne doivent pas nous faire oublier que le changement climatique reste une menace et une situation d'urgence que nous ne pouvons reléguer à plus tard. L'engagement de la Principauté d'Andorre contre le changement climatique reste inébranlable. Et malgré la situation exceptionnelle, nous n'avons eu de cesse de travailler pour renforcer notre lutte contre le changement climatique. Lors de notre deuxième contribution déterminée au niveau national, livrée en mai 2020, l'Andorre a présenté ses engagements pour réduire ses gaz à effet de serre d'ici à 2030 et a détaillé les actions mises en place afin d'atteindre la neutralité de ses émissions carbone d'ici à 2050. L'Andorre est également en train d'élaborer une stratégie à long terme, de façon participative dans le cadre de la Commission nationale de l'énergie et le changement climatique qui sera adoptée avant la fin de l'année. Par ailleurs, le 23 janvier dernier, le Parlement andorran a approuvé la déclaration de l'état d'urgence climatique et écologique élaborée avec la participation active des jeunes. Cette déclaration demande au gouvernement de lancer la transition vers la neutralité carbone. Ainsi, en accord avec cette déclaration, mon gouvernement s'apprête à proposer au Parlement l'adoption du prix des émissions de CO2 à 30 € par tonne. Les recettes du prix de la tonne carbone alimenteront un fonds vert destiné à financer les actions prévues par la loi pour la transition énergétique et le changement climatique et qui seront destinées, entre autres, aux investissements dans le transport public et les subventions pour les réhabilitations du parc immobilier et pour l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables. Nous en sommes convaincus, seule la coordination de nos intenses efforts à tous permettra de renverser la tendance actuelle. Soyons ambitieux.
And Dora there ending those contributions on increased climate ambition, pledges and targets and all the rest of it. So now we're going to have a little bit of a mix of perspectives. So young people, of course, are really going to be bearing the brunt of global warming if real action isn't taken. Therefore, it's very important that they are part of the discussions and part of the solutions. So we're going to hear from a young activist, Joshua Amponsem. He's an environmental and climate activist and founder of Green Africa Youth Organization. He's going to be talking about the role of young people in climate adaptation and resilience in particular, which is really the major focus of climate action in Africa now, adaptation and resilience. And we'll also hear from Omar Ahmed, who's CEO of Artistic Milliners, and that's a global denim exporter, showing that being sustainable is actually very good for business, and that's something which is catching on in the business world. But before that, we're going to show you another of our showcases, and this film looks at agriculture and how our food systems can be used to help mitigate the impact of climate change. So let's see that film first.
I do believe that by changing the way we grow our crops and the crops we grow, we can definitely mitigate the changing climate.
We need to take some of the world's best sustainable agricultural practices, make them better, and then widely adopt them.
We can no longer keep on degrading our soils. We must start now and build resilient ecosystems, all while storing soil carbon.
Changing agricultural practices can cut emissions while making us more resilient to climate change. And it will also provide enough healthy food for everyone. This could be the greatest win-win we have in tackling climate change.
Hello, my name is Joshua Amponsem. I'm from Ghana. I'm the founder of Green Africa Youth Organization and an adaptation fellow at the Global Center on Adaptation. I spent the last 5 years working together with young people at the grassroots level on climate action, but most importantly, spent the last 2 years focusing on climate adaptation and resilience building, and the role of young people in this. As young people are turning words into action and really putting decision makers on their toes, we have to realize that the impact of climate change is not something that we have to look forward to. It's already happening now. The likes of Cyclone Idai, Cyclone Amphan, Central West floods in East Africa, drought in the Sahelian Strip, wildfires. These are things that young people have to suffer today, but also suffer a lifelong effect of these impacts. Plus, the psychological impact of having to think about the intensity, frequency, and extreme weather events that lies ahead of us. Welcome to the Climate Ambition Summit, and this is your moment. This is the moment for stakeholders to come together, put forward the most ambitious plan that secures our future today, secures our life today, and ensure that those who are facing the impact of climate change now can have the resources, the skills, the training, the technology transfers that are needed to anticipate, absorb, and adapt to the impact of climate change. We need adaptation finance to reach grassroots level into communities who need these resources to build resilience. This is the moment to come together, to act, and to be able to be part of the generation that made it possible through transformative and radical ambitions that changed our course towards a better future. We are counting on your support, and we know this is possible. Thank you.
So, as a global denim exporter, we are deeply conscious of our carbon footprint. That's why we've joined the UN Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action. The climate change crisis is at a critical mass. For Pakistan, it's a matter of survival, being one of the 10 most climate-affected countries of the world. So for us, being circular by design is the only way forward. From both a production and waste reduction standpoint, circularity is becoming our main focus. We've now run around 6 million garments from post-consumer and post-industrial waste. Our goal is to eventually integrate repurposed materials and chemicals into every product that we produce. Reducing our carbon footprint is also one of our top priorities. We believe strongly in renewable energy. We've seen a 62% reduction in energy used through solar panels and efficient chillers. Through artistic energy, we actually provide power to 5,000 homes with zero emissions from coal or any other fossil fuels. So in fact, we plan to invest more aggressively in circularity over the next 10 years. We understand that being climate positive is good for business. For us, it's an investment in our future. It's an investment in the future of the planet. We hope we can inspire others to see it from the same vantage point.
So Omar Ahmed there, CEO of Artistic Milliners. Right, don't forget, you can be part of our conversations on your social media channels. I keep reminding you, it's #ClimateAction. So please do join us. Still more to come, but we've now reached the last of our country contribution round, and I'll tell you who we have in this final, the national commitments in this final section. We have Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of Portugal. He's followed by Mohammed Ashraf Ghani from Afghanistan, the President of Afghanistan. His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. And then we have Kaltmar Batulga, President of Mongolia. Then we have Dr. Armen Sarkisian, President of Armenia. And then we move to the heads of several UN departments. And of course, remember that the UN are co-hosts of this Climate Ambition Summit. We have Petteri Talas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, Inga Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, and Akim Steiner, Administrator of UNDP, that's the United Nations Development Programme. So, London calling Portugal. We go to Portugal first, to the Prime Minister there.
Earth is humanity's only home. 5 years ago, we joined hands in Paris to preserve it for current and future generations, out of a sense of urgency and shared destiny. Portugal was among the first to ratify the Paris Agreement and the first to commit to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. To all that, we have recently added new commitments. First, we are ending coal-fired electricity generation in 2021, earlier than originally planned, and strengthening our commitment to renewables. Second, we believe that climate action should be at the heart of the economic policy as we recover from the pandemic. Thus, 85% of our national investment program will be allocated to sustainable infrastructure and to climate action. Third, as one of the European countries most affected by climate change, Portugal will start the practical work on its national roadmap for adaptation, which will constitute Portugal's adaptation communication under the Paris Agreement. Fourth, we are therefore committed to strengthen Portugal's contribution to the financing of climate action in developing countries by 20 million euros over the next decade. With these new commitments, Portugal reiterates its support for the Paris Agreement and fight against climate change. Thank you.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, Prime Minister Johnson, President Macron, President Pineda, and Prime Minister Conte for organizing and hosting this virtual 2020 Climate Ambition Summit. The summit itself is a crucial step toward achieving a carbon neutral world. Afghanistan is one of the world's countries that is most vulnerable to climate change. For one, the cycle of drought is drastically shortened from a 33-year cycle to now a 5-year cycle. Our seasonal rainfall now comes in spring instead of winter, and with it, lethal floods and destructive erosion. The southeastern part of our country is now believed to have gotten 1.5 degrees warmer in the last 40 years. Deforestation has been rampant due to the last 4 decades of conflict. Afghanistan has tremendous potential for clean energy production and green industry. We have some of the most abundant supplies of sun, water, and wind that, if harnessed, can collectively produce 300,000 megawatts of power. This green energy can power green industry in Afghanistan. Work is already underway. Multiple regional energy projects are underway, including the Tapi pipeline and Casa 1000 transmission line. We're building hydropower stations across the country and scoping the potential for wind and solar. We recently signed an agreement with Siemens Energy that positions us to become the regional hub for reliable, sustainable, and affordable energy. We have the potential to serve as a platform for environmental cooperation and coordination across the region. Climate change is not a national problem, but a global one, which requires regional and global problem solving.
Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Madame la secrétaire exécutive, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Il y a 5 ans à Paris, en adoptant un accord ambitieux, universel et juridiquement contraignant qui devait nous permettre de parvenir à bâtir des sociétés résilientes à faible émission de gaz à effet de serre, nous vivions un moment historique. Il y a 5 ans, nous prenions l'engagement ferme de contenir la hausse des températures en dessous de 2 degrés Celsius d'ici à la fin de ce siècle par rapport au niveau pré-industriel. Toutefois, 5 ans plus tard, il s'avère que les efforts sont insuffisants. Il est de notre devoir de nous conformer aux engagements pris lors de la ratification de l'accord de Paris. À ce titre, nos ambitions se doivent d'être rehaussées. C'est pourquoi je vous annonce que la Principauté de Monaco soumettra d'ici à la fin de cette année une contribution déterminée au niveau national revue à la hausse, renouvelant l'engagement que j'ai pris d'une principauté neutre en carbone à l'horizon 2050. Afin de se donner les moyens d'atteindre cet objectif, Monaco s'engage aujourd'hui à réduire ses émissions nettes de gaz à effet de serre de 55% d'ici à 2030 par rapport à 1990. Fidèle à sa tradition de solidarité, Monaco entend maintenir son soutien en faveur des pays en développement. C'est ainsi que j'ai décidé que les financements climatiques alloués par mon pays devaient augmenter de façon régulière au cours des années à venir en respectant un équilibre entre atténuation et adaptation. Une attention spéciale sera accordée aux pays les moins avancés et aux petits États insulaires en développement qui comptent parmi les premières victimes des changements climatiques. Enfin, permettez-moi de saisir l'opportunité de ce sommet pour renouveler la confiance que je porte au Fonds vert pour le climat, acteur prépondérant du financement de l'action climatique. Je vous remercie.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and President Emmanuel Macron for initiating and organizing this summit in these difficult times of global pandemic. As the pandemic is sweeping all over the world, there is a need to call more attention to climate change and take decisive and strong action to mitigate its negative impacts. developing solutions to combat and overcome climate change is the most pressing issue for Mongolia, owing to its harsh continental weather and nomadic pastoralism. Therefore, the government of Mongolia approved its nationally determined contribution, which incorporates targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, identifying risks of all sectors of the economy and all the walks of life, and submitted the NDC to the Secretariat of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In this document, the mitigation target was recalculated from 14% to 22.7% in total national greenhouse emissions. Moreover, it is my great pleasure to announce that it is possible to further increase our commitment to 27.2%. Mongolia developed a specific action plan to achieve its determined contribution target and is planning to carry out concrete measures. The implementation of some measures has been started given time constraints. Namely, all the feasibility studies on the construction of a 1,000-kilometer irrigation pipeline to the Gobi region, which is under the threat of rapid desertification due to climate change, have been completed and it is ready to start the construction. We Mongols are ready to mobilize all our resources because efforts and diligence from the whole of humanity is crucial to save Mother Earth, slow the
whole economic and national development pattern, and accelerate actions towards the transition to a more sustainable, resilient, and low-carbon economy. Our vision of resilient and low-carbon growth rests on solid and effective adaptation strategy based on the ecosystem approach, forestation at scale, investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. We target 15% of solar energy share in total energy production by 2030, and the share of the zero-emission power generation in the total will come close to 55%. We also have come up with an idea which might be groundbreaking to resolving climate-related financial issues for the developed and developing countries alike. We'd like to introduce a new approach to the debt for climate swap. The idea of potential scalability for different countries. This idea offers leveraging additional financing to climate action. These funds could be redirected towards timely and efficient fulfillment of communities taken under a given country's NDC. Dear friends, we are running out of time in addressing the challenge of climate change. Thus, I appeal to all our international partners to look closely into this idea, evaluate it on its merits, and make it, if possible, into a tool which will make climate-related contributions more affordable, timely, and efficient. Thank you very much.
Dear heads of state, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to address you from Geneva, and we just published our most recent climate report for this year. So far we have reached 1.2 degree warming, and there's 24% probability that we will reach the lower limit of Paris Agreement, 1.5, already during the coming 5 years. And a very powerful way to adapt to climate change is to invest in early warning services. We are also building a Sustainable Development Goal 6 accelerator water climate as a joint venture of 10 UN agencies to improve the ability of countries to adapt to climate change. With these words, thanks for the opportunity to greet you, and I would like to wish you a most successful conference there.
UNEP's 2020 emissions gap report reveals that we are spiraling towards a world that is 3.2 degrees Celsius warmer by the end of the century. So investing in a green pandemic recovery using those stimulus funds could potentially cut up to 25% off the predicted 2030 greenhouse gas emissions. Each of us as consumers and citizens on the planet have a role to play. I am proud that the UN system is well on track to meet its goal of 100% climate neutrality by the end of 2020. Now is a time for rapid action, particularly in the areas with the biggest climate footprint. Now is a time for us to seize that future, to protect the planet, our climate, our nature, and to fulfill the spirit of the Paris Climate Agreement. Because now is a time for us to secure the future for all.
During the landmark Climate Action Summit, UNDP launched our Climate Promise. It is the largest offer of support to countries to enhance their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Today, We are on the ground in 115 countries across the globe, which account for approximately 1/4 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Our work includes helping governments to insert the DNA of a green economy and recovery into all recovery and stimulus packages. Indeed, over 50% of the countries we work with are now directly linked to the NDC processes and COVID-19 responses to the recovery. As we mark the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, UNDP is proud to join our partners at the Climate Ambition Summit to ensure that we look back on the year 2020 as a watershed moment when we saw the world push the reset button towards a greener, a more inclusive, and a more sustainable future.
Achim Steiner there of UNDP. Now, ahead of this Climate Ambition Summit, we asked some key people, we invited them to share with us their reflections on the road to COP26 next year. So we started off by asking Laurent Fabius, who's the former chairman of COP21, which of course adopted that landmark Paris Agreement in 2015. And we asked Laurent Fabius, what lessons did he think we could learn from the adoption of the Paris Agreement as we prepare for COP26? And what does he think has changed since 2015 that makes the context now, 5 years later, different?
Il y a 5 ans, jour pour jour, après des années d'efforts collectifs auxquels je veux rendre hommage, j'avais l'honneur et l'émotion de frapper ce petit marteau sur la tribune de la COP21 avec ces mots « L'accord de Paris est accepté ». Quand je repense à ces moments, 3 mots me viennent à l'esprit. D'abord le travail intense qui l'a précédé, comme il devra précéder la COP26. Ensuite, l'écoute, car c'est une co-construction où, selon l'esprit des Nations Unies, chacun doit être écouté. Et puis l'ambition, car il en fallait 29 articles, 140 paragraphes de décision pour définir précisément l'objectif et les moyens de lutter contre ce tueur qu'est le réchauffement du climat. Depuis lors, depuis l'accord de Paris, il est devenu la référence climatique mondiale, mais on est encore loin du compte. Les températures augmentent, des catastrophes climatiques multiples se produisent à travers le monde, frappant en particulier les régions et les populations précaires. Il faut donc continuer et amplifier notre action. Depuis 2015, pas mal de choses ont changé qui rendent le chemin vers Glasgow 2021 à la fois voisin mais différent de Paris. À l'époque, nous avons réussi la conjonction de plusieurs planètes. La planète scientifique et technologique qui continue d'avancer. La planète que j'appellerais société civile, les régions, les villes, les entreprises, les associations, tous les acteurs non étatiques. Elle aussi est au rendez-vous, avec en particulier la mobilisation de la jeunesse. En revanche, ce qui avait fait la force de la COP21, c'est-à-dire l'union de tous les États du monde, s'est affaibli. Le retrait en particulier de la présidence américaine a favorisé un relâchement d'autres États, pourtant signataires de l'accord de Paris. Depuis quelques semaines, un vent plus favorable semble souffler. La Chine, le Japon, la Corée du Sud, l'Union européenne, d'autres encore, qu'ils soient riches ou pauvres, rehaussent leurs propres ambitions, bien qu'ils ne soient pas encore assez nombreux. La nouvelle présidence américaine va apporter toute sa détermination. L'espoir donc renaît. Ce sera la feuille de route de Glasgow de ne pas décevoir cet espoir, en honorant concrètement les engagements de Paris. Financement public et privé accru, en direction notamment de l'Afrique, innovation technologique, mesures pour l'adaptation et pas simplement pour l'atténuation, article 6, transition juste. Il faudra étendre aussi notre action à tous les secteurs et être clair sur les 3 horizons à respecter. Le long terme, c'est-à-dire 2050, la neutralité carbone. Le moyen terme, c'est-à-dire 2030, avec des engagements nationaux rehaussés. Et puis le court terme, l'immédiat, avec des plans de relance verts et non pas des plans de relance bruns, à la fois contre les conséquences de la pandémie Covid-19 et pour une société décarbonée. Et il faudra vérifier tout cela en ligne avec nos engagements de Paris, c'est-à-dire 2 degrés d'augmentation maximale et si possible 1,5 degré à la fin du siècle. Chers amis, contre le réchauffement du climat, il n'y a malheureusement pas de vaccin. Mais il y a un antidote, l'application intégrale, concrète et mondiale de l'accord de Paris. Les clés, maintenant, nous les connaissons. Elles s'appellent l'ambition et l'action.
So Laurent Fabius there, and he was wielding his gavel from COP21 at the beginning of his remarks there, and reminding us again, as Antonio Guterres has said, that there is no vaccine for the planet. So then we asked Carolina Schmidt, Minister of Environment of Chile, and she was president, and Chile, of course, is president of COP25. So we asked her, what issues do we need to consider as we work towards COP26, and how can we work to reach agreement on those topics?
To make Glasgow a success, there are, of course, a number of technical issues at the front of our minds. Just as we must leave no country behind, we can leave no issue behind. And we cannot let the pandemic stop progress and discussion. We must use all possible tools available, sometimes virtual, to continue to push this agenda forward. Building on June momentum and the recent climate dialogues, we must bring the same spirit of collaboration on shared goals to our work throughout 2021 and SB52. Approaching discussion with openness and empathy, working together to reach a common ground. Most importantly, COP26 can and must be a COP of ambition, with all parties showing increased ambition, ambition on mitigation, ambition on adaptation, and ambition on finance. We can build the trust we need to unlock the negotiations. Ambitions and NDCs and long-term strategies to net zero are absolutely vital. I congratulate all parties that announced new commitments on this kind today in this summit. Early next year, the UNFCCC NDC's synthesis report will show how far our aggregate submissions take us towards delivering on the Paris Agreement. We must then keep pushing to fill the gap before Glasgow. Not just parties, but all stakeholders. And we have a powerful tool at our disposal to do this. The Climate Ambition Alliance Carbon Neutrality 2050 Race to Zero campaign. This is the first climate alliance that unites countries and non-state actors, business, investors, and local governments committed all to carbon neutrality by 2050 at the latest, with a great increase in ambition to keep the 1.5 increase of temperature. And the momentum is with us. The Climate Ambition Alliance Carbon Neutrality 2050 Race to Zero now includes 123 countries alongside thousands of business, regions, cities, and other institutions, all committed to carbon neutrality by 2050, recognizing that a carbon neutral world is not only possible, but is a critical goal for a real sustainable recovery from COVID-19 and set the basis for a truly sustainable, clean, and resilient future. Now is the time to take this opportunity. Now is the time for ambition and collective action. Thank you.
So Carolina Schmidt there on reaching agreement on the road to COP26. And now we hear from a young Sudanese activist, Nasreen El-Saim, who's chair of the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Now, we asked Nasreen this question: what are the key topics of interest, in her opinion, to civil society, and how can we all work together to ensure that the voices of marginalized groups and the most vulnerable are heard? And this is what Nasreen says.
Our ultimate goal is to save the planet and to save the humanity, with having a future for us and for the next generations. Any topic that serves this goal is considered as our top priority or topic of interest. We must realize that rights-based approach is the ultimate way to reach the world that we dream of and we see ourselves and our sons and grandsons and daughters and grandchilds living in. The current situation as we see it right now is not the world that we want, or the topics of our interest is the topics that hold countries and parties into account, like mitigation, like transparency, like market and non-market mechanisms, for example. I think the topics of our interest is the topics that allow us to recover and be able to adapt to the new world and adapt to the climate crisis that we are seeing every day in every corner of the world. Climate finance, loss and damage, the honoring of the different obligations and different commitments from parties and different countries. These are the topics that interest us. We are in 2020 and yet we have many marginalized groups. The question is not how to give them a voice. The question is why do we still have marginalized groups? COVID-19 situation showed us very clearly that although we are living in this world right now, more than 40% of any community are marginalized group. The vulnerability of communities, especially in least developed countries and African countries, is massive to a pandemic like COVID-19, which is something we might be able, or I think we sort of able to fix it by social distancing, by taking the measures, by also the vaccinations and so on. But how can we survive from climate crises? Because change is a must, and doing the right thing is climate action and rising the ambitious to reach the 1.5 degrees. It's our only hope. Young people will rewrite the history.
So that was climate youth activist Nasreen El-Saim there. And the last individual who we solicited an answer to a question from is Patricia Espinosa, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we asked Patricia, where do we want to be in 5, 10 or 20 years from now? And how can we ensure that governments and non-state actors collaborate effectively in pursuing strong climate action across all sectors right across the world?
In the next 2 decades, from a climate standpoint, it's our expectations that nations will have made significant reductions in their greenhouse gas emissions, fully in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and will be on a clear path to carbon neutrality by 2050. The Paris Agreement itself will have been fully implemented, and the potential we see in it today is finally being realized. We will look back and see that it worked as a blueprint for the post-pandemic recovery, which by then will be fully behind us. But all of this will be very difficult if we do not achieve success this upcoming year. We must, of course, achieve success at COP26. Everything we do in 2021 will look towards that milestone event. Success means achieving a balanced package of decisions and actions that reflect the expectations, concerns, and needs of all stakeholders in multiple areas, all set against a backdrop of ambition. Finance is particularly important. It can either be the key enabler for solutions, or it can kill momentum. Particularly, there is a need for nations to mobilize the 100 billion annually that was committed under the Paris Agreement. Nations cannot establish trust that future commitments will be met unless they first meet past ones. Clearly, the next 12 months will be some of the most critical months this process has ever experienced. And it will require unprecedented levels of cooperation and multilateralism. That's how we get from here to the future. With respect to collaboration, there needs to be a broad understanding that we are all in this climate struggle together. In other words, there has to be a sense of common purpose. This common purpose must connect each issue, whether it's finance, reducing emissions, adaptation, or otherwise. We must understand that we're doing this not because it's charity, but because it's in our collective self-interest. Climate change does not recognize the limitations of our immediate borders, and we must likewise think beyond them. That's why we have embraced the concept of inclusive multilateralism. The idea that we need more voices involved in climate change discussions in the overall process. This includes nations, but also businesses, investors, regions, communities, and civil society in general. After all, if you want to make big progress, you need a big tent. Thank you, and my best wishes to all of you as we reach the end of 2020, and I look forward to seeing you all in 2021.
Thank you there to Patricia Espinosa and all the other voices sharing their reflections on the road to COP26. And we're now going to hear live from the person who's spearheading the UK's efforts, and that's the incoming UK COP26 President, the Right Honourable Alok Sharma. And Alok Sharma is going to be spelling out for us his vision for a successful COP26 that keeps the goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees in sight, outlining some of the steps that we must all take to get there. And after Alok Sharma's remarks, the final speaker of this summit, we then end with a film which is going to kick off with some voices from Glasgow, because of course COP26 is in November next year in Glasgow, and we'll be hearing from some other voices, environmentalists, activists, experts from all over the world, all saying, proclaiming, I'm ready to get our planet back into balance. So now, if I may invite live to the floor, the Right Honourable Alok Sharma, the UK COP26 President. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Friends, we have come to the end of the Climate Ambition Summit, and today we've seen countries from across the world make commitments of increased ambition towards tackling climate change. From Africa to Asia, from Europe to Latin America, the Middle East, the Caribbean, and the Pacific Island states. 75 leaders have come together to announce new commitments to climate action. We've had 45 nationally determined contributions, 24 net zero commitments, and 20 adaptation resilient plans. Responding to the calls for action from youth, business, indigenous peoples, and civil society. Leaders have put their countries on course for the green growth, which we have seen is possible, creating jobs and prosperity. The commitment is truly global, and it encompasses all of society. Global companies such as Apple, Dalmia Cement, and Movida have made net zero commitments. And the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative, launched just yesterday, already covers $9 trillion of assets. I'm enormously grateful to all those who have come forward with announcements today. But of course, what really matters is what people across the world think of our ambitions. And in judging those ambitions, they will likely ask two questions. First, have we made any real progress at this summit? And the answer to that is yes, we have. But they will also ask if we've done enough to put the world on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees and protect people and nature from the effects of climate change, to make the Paris Agreement a reality. Friends, we have to be honest with ourselves. The answer to that is currently no. As encouraging as all this ambition is, it is not enough. And the clock continues to tick. As our Barbadian friends have said today, our window to end the crisis is closing. This is a fight for the very survival of our fragile planet. We are facing a scale of human tragedy and natural devastation the world has never seen. The choices we make in the year ahead will determine whether we unleash a tidal wave of climate catastrophe on generations to come. But the power to hold back that wave rests entirely with us. Now, if the Paris Agreement was the dawn of an age of hope for our planet, now can and must be the time for increased ambition and action. The coronavirus pandemic has demonstrated that our fates are intertwined. The progress on vaccines has shown that we can accomplish what we can accomplish when the world unites against a common threat. And this should give us all hope. And over the next year, I want us to unite against climate change, build a consensus, and broker an agreement around 4 key goals. First, a step change in mitigation. Second, a strengthening of adaptation. Third, getting finance flowing. And fourth, enhancing international collaboration. Let me take these in turn. Firstly, a step change in emission reductions to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. Here we must remain guided by the science, which tells us that urgent action is the only way to meet our goal. Over the next 10 years, we must halve our emissions and restore nature. And we've seen from announcements today, we are making progress. But by COP26, we need every country to have stepped up with nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies that put us on track to 1.5 degrees, plotting a course to net zero that is fair for all. And we need clear policies like phasing out coal, protecting forests, championing clean energy and clean transport to make these targets a reality. The outcomes at Glasgow must respond to the ambition we have seen today, including by resolving issues like transparency, common timeframes, and Article 6. Secondly, we must address the vital issues of adaptation and loss and damage. As International Development Secretary, I saw the transformative effect that clean, resilient infrastructure has on communities. I witnessed the leadership shown by women in dealing with new climate extremes. And I've seen the reassurance offered by early warning systems and robust action plans which ultimately save lives. That is why, to protect people and nature from the effects of rising temperatures, adaptation resilience must take center stage at COP26. We're making progress. Our call for action on adaptation resilience that I launched with Egypt and other friends at the UN Climate Action Summit last September has been signed by 120 countries. The Race to Resilience campaign, announced today, will drive action further among cities, businesses, investors, and civil society. And the UK is doing our part, submitting our adaptation communication alongside our NDC and biennial financial communication, the aim being to address all 3 pillars of the Paris Agreement. I will continue to work with countries, donors, investors, and civil society to encourage faster action. This brings me to the third issue, finance. Simply put, we must deliver for those that are at the front line of climate change. We must collectively honor the $100 billion commitment. It is an act of faith, of trust. And friends, I have to say, if we can mobilize trillions overnight, rightly, to support our economies, why can we not reach this $100 billion goal? So let me speak directly and plainly to the leaders of fellow donor countries. The UK is doubling its contribution to international climate finance to £11.6 billion over the next 5 years. And I ask all donor countries to join us, match our ambition, and together Let us make the $100 billion a reality. Of course, we must also address other public finance issues such as access, gender-responsive financing, and increasing the share of adaptation and grant-based finance. So the UK presidency will shortly be publishing the key priorities for public finance, setting out our approach to work with the international community to tackle them in the year ahead. Of course, private finance must also be mobilized. So we're working with the multilateral development banks, investors, and others to drive investment to developing countries and encouraging investors to take climate risk into account and to capitalize on the shift to clean, resilient growth. We must also find long-term solutions to deal with debt and align all recovery packages with the Paris Agreement. We will hold discussions as part of our G7 presidency and will convene other major economies on these critical issues. The outcome of Glasgow must help to mobilize private capital and agree that future climate finance will be fair, it'll be predictable, and it'll be accessible. Finally, we need enhanced international collaboration amongst policymakers, investors, businesses, and civil society. That is the only way to deliver the transition at the pace required on mitigation, on adaptation, and on finance. By working together, we can innovate faster, we can create economies of scale and drive stronger incentives for investment. But we will only access those gains if we tailor our approach to every challenge and to each sector. And our COP26 campaigns aim to do just that, bringing people together around 5 key challenges: adaptation, resilience, clean energy and clean transport, finance, and nature-based solutions. We've created new international forums: the Energy Transition Council, the Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council, the Sustainable Land Use and Commodity Trade Dialogue, all aimed to help reduce emissions whilst meeting other needs like affordable energy, clean transport, and green jobs. Targeted, practical collaborations like these are vital, and they should form a central theme of our efforts over the next decade. My mission over the next year is to pursue each of these 4 goals, to secure the highest level of ambition the world has to offer, backed by the full force of UK diplomacy, by our partners Italy and our friends at the United Nations. I want the golden thread of climate action to weave through every international gathering next year, including the G7, the G20, and other meetings, so that together we lay the foundations for a successful COP26 with increased, ambitious, nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies. And by doing so, we will give ourselves the best possible chance of securing a comprehensive, balanced, negotiated outcome in Glasgow. I will continue to meet with all of you and hold regular negotiating group consultations. I'll meet ministers at established events like the Petersburg Climate Dialogue. I'll continue to consult civil society, youth, indigenous peoples, and business, including, of course, through Italy's Youth for Climate event. And I'll convene presidency-led events. In March, we're going to be bringing climate vulnerable and donor countries together to address the connected challenges of climate change and development. My friends, I'm aware of the scale and gravity of the task that I've been given as the custodian of this process. But I also recognize that success in Glasgow will depend on all of us. It will not be easy, but it is possible, and it is urgent. As leaders of today, we carry a heavy responsibility. Whether future generations look back at this time with admiration or despair depends entirely on our ability to seize this moment, to build on the ambition we have seen today, and to work together over the next year to forge a brighter future for us all. Because in decades to come, each and every one of us will need to be able to look future generations for square in the eye and say that together when the urgency of our time demanded it, we built a better world for their sakes and for their future generations. Thank you.
The future I'd like to see is a future where everybody works together.
In Glasgow, we are looking for action.
Hamidolchas agus Hami Kretching Ganurin Glasgow Gayanu.
Everyone needs to step up. It's all our responsibility.
You speak up for what's right.
Action has to be taken now.
It is possible for everyone to make a difference.
Bring your A game to Glasgow. That we cannot ever win only by talking.
There is no doubt that we all can make a difference.
The biggest responsibility lies on decision makers.
Together we can fight this.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
So some young voices there from all over the world calling for action, demanding change. That brings to a close this Climate Ambition Summit. It's been my pleasure to have been guiding you through today's proceedings. We heard from 75 countries, lots of voices. I've listened to the renewed drive, the commitment, the pledges, the plans and the targets on meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. So renewed drive, setting us on that road to COP26. We look forward to seeing how everybody's efforts come together at that landmark event for the United Kingdom in Glasgow next year. So from me, Zainab Badawi, it's goodbye, and remember, we're all in this together, protecting people and our planet. Goodbye.